Good afternoon, everybody. Wall here with Wallcraft, and it's a pleasure to be back for our monthly classroom session. Alright, getting all situated here. Alright. So, where we last left off. Let me pull up the stream on the second screen here. And we'll dive into it. Hello, hello. Hello, everybody. Alright, we got the chat open. Alright, so where we last left off would have been last month. And we were talking about stuff, answering some questions. At the end of the stream, we were working on some map issues, addressing some water issues. That would have been on the 26th of last month, I believe. It would have been 25th or 26th. Continuing from where we left off, it's been a blur. It's been a real roller coaster, I'll tell you that. The situation has spiraled out of control, one could say. Basically, from last month where we had left off, I started touching up some of the map edits that I had previously done. And one thing led to another, and I ended up expanding the world map about 50 times over. To just an insane degree, honestly. We're going to pull up some of this so that we can view it. This is our map editor, Nugget. And we're looking at Northrend, of course. Nugget. View Northrend and Nugget. We have our standard Eastern Kingdoms map. We have our standard Kalimdor map. We've got our Northrend map. And some test maps and whatnot. This is the... and Outland, of course. This is the Wrath of the Lich King client that Nugget uses to load all the maps. It's not particularly designed for vanilla, but there is a fork for Nugget that is made for vanilla. There's two, technically. Both kind of the same thing, though. There was some issues with Nugget, which is why we had those map issues. In fact, I'm going to try and pull up that picture real quick while I'm rambling here. Find the picture pretty easily here. Okay, I'll actually look over in the Discord. So this would have been leaving off last month. Classroom would have been, okay, on the 30th. So we began our map work on the 27th, I want to say, because I have my... let's see. Get rid of this. I have my patch, last patch, my live patch, 1031. And this isn't actually even the live patch that we would notice. I saved this 4 days after I began working on this stuff. And that's when I began expanding the world. We're going to dive all into this. This is just giving a little bit of context of where we last left off and from beforehand. We're going to take a look through the Discord real quick and see some of the pictures. Basically, we had this chunk of water that had a fatigue zone. We needed to correct it. And because Nugget wasn't working correctly for water, we'll talk about that a little bit more, but basically Nugget wasn't working for water. And never really has up until this point. So I had to edit the tile in the hex editor and basically just voiding out the fatigue flags in the specific grid for the ADT. A lot of the tooling is incomplete. Some of the stuff like M2 templates didn't really work for vanilla, but I have a working one now. You can see the previous section of water where I zeroed it out. But if you notice, the water has some issues. Obviously, it's got like this discolored square. Basically, if you notice, the water doesn't line up correctly. So there was a little bit of a graphical issue there, but the fatigue flags were removed. So getting into this, though, Basically, working with our tool set for vanilla, we don't really have fully functional tools in the best regard compared to other expansions, particularly Wrath of the Lich King. So you have to make do with what you got. A lot of the stuff is non-existent, or it simply doesn't work correctly, or if it works at all. So you pretty much have to do a lot of stuff in 010 hex editor, and a lot of just various ancient tools. A lot of problems with just basically everything. Everything has some sort of flaw or issue, and they exist as landmines. Those flaws and those issues exist as landmines that eventually you will screw up something because you'll have stepped on that landmine. You have to become wary of them. You have to understand all of the flaws and issues, because the chances of many of them being corrected is essentially zero. You can basically count on that never being fixed. For some tools that are pretty old, you can fix them yourself for the most part, for most cases, but there are some that are not really open source, or at least it's not anything that anybody else is going to fix. So unless you fix it yourself, you know, you have to make do. This being the case with Nugget, I had been using up until this point, up until this start of this chapter of Wallcraft, I had been using TD's experimental MCLQ fork, which basically exports water from the Wrath of the Lich King format to the vanilla format. Prior to this experimental fork, there wasn't a copy of Nugget that could edit water correctly for vanilla, and anytime you would edit a tile on the map that had water, it would break the water. The water would just disappear. You would still swim in it, but you wouldn't be able to see it, so some issues there. So this is a little bit of a backstory as to where we left off. We got this fixed, and we were looking at some of the tools to figure out what the problem was. Before I really go any further, I just wanted to, catch everybody up. I'm going to take a look at the chat now. If you have any pressing questions, I would say throw them out now, because I'm probably going to ramble for the next 2 hours, and I'm probably not going to look at the chat at any point. So much to talk about, too little time for anything else. I won't be really addressing questions or anything this month. The last few months we've been mostly doing Q&A stuff, but this month, for this lesson at least, I'm just going to be rambling. I'm a little bit tired. I've been working since 9 o'clock yesterday. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon the following day now, so my schedule's whack. I've been working a lot of hours on this. We'll get into it a little bit, but throw down the questions, whatnot. Probably going to take a quick drag on a cigarette, and then we're going to rip this book open, because this stream is probably going to go on a little bit longer than normal. It might go on 2 to 3 hours, just to try and condense everything in, describing the whole process. I'm going to be drawing shitty diagrams in MS Paint, trying to kind of visualize the information. To describe it lightly, I would just say it's friggin' pure alchemy. Like the stacking and the layering of data on top of each other. I've probably generated 4, maybe 5 terabytes of data at this point. I'm out of room, I'm out of space for anything. My server's filling up. I just have so much stuff that needs to get purged. Just have reached this point of a pure synthesized map that works in vanilla. But we'll touch on that in a minute. I'm going to look over the questions, I'm going to smoke a cigarette, and then we're going to really dive into this. We scroll up, starting with Unrealcraft. What was the context of the last video you posted? Who was the angry French guy arguing with? It was funny to listen to, LOL. I was listening to some Alex Sensual podcast somebody had linked, and it was the Sanctuary developers arguing at the start of the project. And basically the guy who founded the project, he's not French, he's German. People think he's French, I'm pretty sure he's German. Don't quote me on that, though. The guy who founded the project basically got ousted from the project by a bunch of people. And the guy who founded the project, probably a little bit more on the emotional side, I would say. But at the same time, like, a lot of his accusations turned out to be true after the fact. So everybody said, oh, this guy's just nuts, but then like 2 weeks later, everything that he was saying pretty much got proven. Yeah, this was just a little entertaining snippet. And I recorded while listening to it while working on stuff. Nothing really much to that. So basically somebody had linked the video, and I made a video of me listening to it for them. Spork says, sup. Green Jelly Bean says, sup. Spork says, nerd, we all weebs here. Weebs? I don't like anime. King of the Hill is my favorite anime. Aqua Teen Hunger Force is probably the second. Perfect Hair Forever, also a really good anime. For real though, I think the only anime I've ever really enjoyed is Cowboy Bebop. I think that's because it's like Western noir. I can't stand... Anytime something breaks away into like some hyper unrealistic, cutesy anime Japanese scene, if the character suddenly transforms into a hyper cartoonized version of themselves in like a breakaway Family Guy-esque skit, I immediately lose interest. I can't watch a show like that. Unless it's like Family Guy, where it's explicitly comedy. A show that's trying to be serious, though. You know, if it's like used to watch the goofy animes back in friggin' 2005, 2006 on Cartoon Network. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of anime. So no, we're not all weebs here. Green Jelly Bean Pear says, love you all. Love you, bro. Wallcraft says, they hated him because he spoke the truth. True. Spork says, Cowboy Bebop, and... I'm not even gonna try that. Don't even know what those are. I'm gonna assume that they're like artsy, probably some artsy studio ones. Yeah, I don't know. Cutler asks, will the entire ocean be accessible in the upcoming patch? If so, will there be a loading screen when traveling from Eastern Kingdoms to Kalimdor? Yes, the entire ocean will be accessible in the upcoming patch. What I'll show you next on this screen, this is the valid mash. If you notice, when I'm looking here, you can see the outline of Eastern Kingdoms. This is the default vanilla map that we're looking at right here. Now this is Eastern Kingdoms and the vanilla client, unedited. When you're looking at this, you'll notice the outline. The black tiles are basically fatigue zones, and everything past that is an invisible barrier that you can't cross. There's no map basically existing past that point. No definition for maps, so it's not valid position. You can't really get past that without, I don't even know if cheat clients, you can though, technically with like GM commands. But either way, normally this is the size of the map. If you want to consider it, that little island south of Tannerus, you almost die to fatigue while running across the water on an epic mount to it, so you can kind of see the distance and kind of judge the distance off the southern coast down to this island. So that's the fatigue limit. Basically, the map goes as far out as it would for a player to run out and die from fatigue, since there's no way to get around fatigue for a player. There are a few parts in the map where it's very close. There's even a few parts on the map normally where there's like basically an invisible wall. Not an invisible wall. There's like raised terrain right at the edge of the map that you can stand on. You know what I'm talking about, like that little land strip right next to the void where the map ends that you can kind of stand on in some places. But other than that, you can't really get out to anywhere past the fatigue zone. There are a few places in the map, like you'll notice this here, where it's a bit extended, the fatigue zone, and that's because they had some sort of content plan that was probably ripped out, and they just left the WDT file that kind of like states all the information here, and they left all the blank ADT files. And in fact, if I were to click here, and I don't want to click here because it's going to load all the maps, if I were to click here though, you would notice that there's like an underwater at the bottom of the ocean, there's a ridge. that's where they would have moved, or basically ripped out part of the map, and it left an unlevel terrain. The rest of the ocean is flat and uniform in most places, except where they basically ripped out tiles that they didn't use. So Cutler asks, will the entire ocean be accessible in the upcoming patch? Yes. To get back to your question, this, you can kind of see the outline of Eastern Kingdoms. This is the successful mash for all the zone tiles for the ocean. You can kind of see the outline of Eastern Kingdoms. So now if you consider this, the map is basically all the way out to here, all the way out to here, down to here, down to here. Very big. GM Island is up here, and GM Island is in the top left corner, the utmost top left corner. So you can kind of see like where it would extend all the way down and go around. Obviously you can't even get to GM Island without like hacks, basically, or GM commands. So yes, basically the map, and I'll show you the next pictures here. The map is now extended. You can see all of the tiles. This is deep ocean tiles. Fatigue is no longer a thing. While traveling out in the water, it's now a thing that's strictly under a certain depth of the deep ocean. Once you're out in the ocean and you're below 50 meters down, or 50 yards, it will enter into a fatigue zone. It's actually 50 feet, I should say. It's not even 50 yards, 50 feet. But I may even change that. I may change fatigue zone to, again, be encompassing all around the ocean, except while you're sailing. And that's just so that if you, basically, your ship gets sunk, you will die of fatigue. It makes it a little bit risky to travel in the ocean unprepared. So this is the Eastern Kingdoms map, and you'll notice on the diagram here, there's going to be essentially 6 total maps that are this size, 62 by 62 tiles. That's 3,844 ADT tiles. Map tile is 533 yards across by 533 in a square. Might be feet, I can't remember if it's feet or yards. But basically these 6 map grids, these sections, will be overlaid in this general pattern. The 6th one on the inverse side is just a big blank map ocean tile. It's called the Uncharted Sea in game lore, and it's basically just a big ocean. The distance between the continents on the other side of the map is obviously greater than going around the Maelstrom, so that's really why shipping routes go around this Maelstrom. I guess it's due to some level of propulsion as well. Some currents generated by the Maelstrom helps expedite travel, which is why you don't really go around the other side of the world, or at least haven't yet in any type of Warcraft lore. I don't think it's been discussed. Now, that's the biggest complication that I've had, is translating 2D vector space into basically 3D, or at least isometric in principle. Cubic, I should say. It's really cubic, because these 6 tiles basically form a cube around the world. Because the maps themselves are flat, sorry, round earthers, but the world of Azeroth is flat indeed. So it has to be translated as a cube shape, which is 6 total sections of the map. When traveling between these 6 sections of the map, you will hit a loading screen. That's unavoidable. The map can only be so big and so wide before you go to a different map, and because these are all different maps, basically. Previously, in Vanilla, you had 2 maps. You had Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. You had Map 0 and Map 1. Now on Wallcraft, you'll have Eastern Kingdoms 0, Kalimdor 1. You'll have Northrend 2. I should say you have Maelstrom 2. Northrend 3, and then this would be Undermine. I know it's labeled Pandaria here because that's what people know it as, but that would be Undermine as a 4, so that's 5 in total there. And of course you have the 6th on the other side, the Uncharted Sea. So you can see the arrows on the diagram when traveling between these regions. Basically, if I were to sail north on Eastern Kingdoms all the way up north. You'll see, according to the diagram, we would travel through the North Sea. The North Sea is on the northern border of Eastern Kingdoms. If we were to travel north, we would end up coming around back through, back over to here on the other side of the North Sea. That's basically because of the cubic geometry of it means that we wrap in such an order. You can imagine that, like, this is a box, an unfolded box, and these are the sides. If we were to wrap this box back around, wrap Northrend as like the top panel, Undermine as the bottom panel, and then obviously the back panel, the sixth panel, we would be traveling kind of like in an arc going around, because we would be traveling north on the North Sea, through Northrend, and then down on the North Sea. Same deal with the South Sea. If you travel down on the South Sea, going, let's say we go south of Booty Bay, you would end up traveling up to the southern point of Kalimdor. This is why the South Seas are heavily infested in both Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms. It's why Tanarus and Booty Bay, they both have, you know, the same pirate bloodsail NPCs. That's because this is how the map, the essential world space, works in terms of geometry. So traveling down through the South Seas would bring you to the southern tip of Kalimdor, which for players will be the fastest route to travel between the two continents, essentially. You could always go north, but it's slightly faster to travel on the south tip on both sides, which will basically halve the length of the travel. The north as well has frigid conditions. The South Sea is very pleasant for travel. The biggest thing is, though, the South Sea is heavily infested by South Sea pirates, be it the players who are the South Sea Pirates faction, comprise the South Sea Pirate faction, and those players who are basically part of the South Sea Pirates faction, they're going to be spending most of their time patrolling these waters. They're going to be trying to hunt other ships and steal our cargo. They're going to be sailing around, so that's a bit of a concern. But obviously you have some shipping channels, some shipping lanes that are a little bit more patrolled. You will have guard ships patrolling the channels between both the entirety of the South Sea. The North Sea does not have such luxuries, so although it's a little bit more sparse, and, well, much more sparsely populated because there's less of an attraction up here besides getting around to the other parts of the continent, which are even more inaccessible if you consider Kalimdor on the northern edge is pretty inaccessible, same with Eastern Kingdoms. So North Sea, harsh conditions, less accessibility, less purpose. It's going to be a lot more sparsely populated, but you won't have the luxury of guards and guard ships that the Alliance and both the Alliance and the Horde run. If you'll notice in the South Sea shipping channels, although the Alliance and Horde are they're at war, they both have colliding interests that meet in the middle, and one of them is necessitating shipping and traffic, because there's not outright hostilities in the region due to Goblin influences. Basically, the Goblin Empire doesn't want their businesses damaged. Horde and Alliance have been rather benign in terms of the activity in the South Seas. You'll have players fighting, but in terms of shipping routes, those are a little bit more heavily patrolled by the Goblin faction, so you have a little bit less fighting directly between the factions. What you have is obviously the South Seas pirates. They're the main threat of the South Seas. So you'll have Alliance and Horde ships that are traveling between these two ports, in between the two continents. You'll have Goblin destroyers that are basically out patrolling the seas, keeping the region around Booty Bay and Tanarus relatively safe. But extending out of that, you'll have pirate islands and various bloodsail outposts, and of course bloodsail ships traveling around. Of course, naval combat, the way it works is basically the ships will be able to fire cannonballs. They fire in a spline, and if they hit you in the general vicinity of your ship, or if they hit your ship, basically, your ship automatically gets sunk. You can no longer board a ship, because you only board a ship while on the shore. So if you're out in the ocean, your ship gets sunk, you'll basically either die of fatigue, or obviously from another player. So yeah, plundering on the high seas is definitely going to be a very real concern for players. One thing to consider, obviously, is Wallcraft has more direct forms of travel to necessitate and facilitate a more dangerous game world. Basically, you cannot portal or teleport between maps. You can only portal and teleport within maps. Trying to travel and bring goods from one continent to the other, you will basically have to carry them yourself. Obviously, you have banking systems, but I'm going to try and disconnect each banking system. So essentially, you'll have 3 different bank stores. You'll have 3 baseline bank stores. You'll have the Goblin bank stores, you'll have the Kalimdor banks, and you'll have the Eastern Kingdoms banks. And potentially I might even split up banks between all cities. Possibly, I don't know. I really want to go radical with it and get real in-depth with open world traveling. Basically to make it dangerous, because war mode is dangerous. You're going to be traveling to carry a load of dark iron ore along a very lengthy path back to the bank. Unless you have a mage in your party or somebody who can just teleport there instantly. But if you're in war mode and you're doing the whole guild gathering efforts and stuff, you know, traveling with goods is definitely going to be a vector of attack for enemies. You know, you're definitely going to be getting waylaid by people, especially other war mode players who are posted up somewhere in an obscure place, just waiting for people. Alright, back to the questions. We're going to dig through some of the questions. Like I said, I'll probably answer questions until 3 o'clock, and then I'm going to ramble for 2 hours after that about the update. I'm going to try, for this lesson, again, after this point of me answering questions, I want to just ramble because I'm going to try and condense as much information as I can into this lesson. I hope it's very valuable. There's a lot to take away. This process of creating this map, and not just the big map, the Northrend map itself has taken me... I have worked since the last lesson that we did. The last lesson that we did would have been on the 30th, but I've been working on this since the 26th or 27th. I would say 27th, like midnight. I've worked on this 18 to 20 hours a day, every single day since that point. I've put in over 500 hours on this update so far. It's been exhausting. It's been mentally taxing. A lot of frustrations. There's just so many moving parts and switches to get all of this working. And on top of all of that, I just want to address this. The grief that I have from others is so frustrating. Infuriating, I think, is a better term. Not particularly frustrating, because it just pisses me off more than anything. When I'm told that this is a C-tier backport that anybody can do in an afternoon by idiots. And I'm not going to say everybody's an idiot here, but I'm going to say idiots. It's annoying. It's frustrating. It definitely is. It's infuriating, to say the least. This isn't just drag and drop. This isn't just, oh, I have the Wrath of the Lich King client, I extract the files and I put them in vanilla. No, this is 78,000 models. This is... I don't even know how much map space. I want to say like 1,500 tiles. This is 12 gigabytes of data alone, and just the Wrath of the Lich King vanilla TBC clients combined. That has to be replicated multiple times and layered precisely on top of each other. Everything gets fixed in hex editors. I'm staring at this crap all day. I had to make a new template because one for vanilla doesn't even exist. The map editing tools don't work, so I have to sit here troubleshooting and working with the developers to try and figure out what's going on, what's wrong, and then get it fixed. I can't fix some of it myself because I don't have the source for it. Some of it's experimental and closed source, so shit how it be, but you know, I wouldn't even know where to begin with it. I would have to spend, 30 hours poring over the code in depth just to really get a feel for it and try and start fixing stuff, which I don't want to do. I have other stuff I need to do. I have less than a month before the beta. I have a million things I have to do. I work tirelessly, ceaselessly, day in and day out. So to be insulted on my work, yeah, that pisses me off. Seeing all this, oh, it's just a backport. No, it's not just a backport, I can absolutely assure you. This is nothing short of alchemy. And I really wish I would have streamed all of the last month of me working on this, because it would have just been a 24-hour stream of me waking up at midnight and then falling asleep at midnight the next day for 4 hours in between doing all this crap. So it's been I've had fun. I've enjoyed working on it. It's always been pleasurable to get this stuff accomplished, get it all working, get it in game, get it all sorted. But you know, it just reminds me that I love my community, because my community they're chill, they're respectful, they enjoy the work. And there's a bunch of people out there that are sniveling rats, and they want to throw shade on everything. It's obnoxious. It's unnecessary. Yep. Anyway, this is some images. I've just been kind of panning over it. Some images of the screenshots from the backport. This is many moons ago already at this point. These images, these were the first day that I got everything working, and I was so happy, because it wasn't just getting everything working, it was getting everything in place, everything in order. This is an exact port. I can't say one for one, because there's 99% port, at least, is the goal. There's a few things that won't work, but we make do with what we can. You know, there's a lot of different particle effects and whatnot, shaders that get added into Wrath of the Lich King, particularly particle emitters. Have issues. They can't be backported, so you have to strip them out in a hex editor, or simply change the asset. A lot of this for example, these little braziers, these torches, these from the Wrath of the Lich King client, they have a particle 3 emitter. Might even be a different emitter, maybe 2, I don't know. They have a particle emitter that's not compatible in vanilla, so when you backport them, the model will backport and it won't throw any errors, but then it will crash the client. And the only way to figure out what model is crashing the client is to go into Nogget, and what we'll do is we'll fly around and we'll look at the area that we're crashing in, and then I load back into the WoW client and I run over to the area. I have to stare at the ground and slowly inch my way over until my client crashes. And while the screen is crashed, I will take a screenshot and then hold that up on paint, and I'll look in Nogget and kind of position myself in the same spot. In the direction that I was moving, I will look and find out what asset, kind of generally what is causing the crash. For the most part, you can assume that it's going to be a particle emitter or some sort of animation. Wrath of the Lich King client, the M2 files use a skin file. That's a separate file that contains the animation blocks and data for various textures, placement, and whatnot. In vanilla, those are all combined directly into the M2, so the converter basically takes those skin files and reinserts them into the model file. Some animations, though, and Wrath of the Lich King, the animations are directly in the skin file. Expansions after, they're split up into an animation file, but some of them don't translate back into vanilla. So you just have an asset that will crash the client. Trying to determine them all, trying to figure them all out, is an absolute nightmare. And there's no easy way to do it. I can't run a debugger. I can't see what asset is doing it. I have to manually sift through it. And to give some context, there's probably like 400 models in this screenshot alone. They're subtle, and I'll show you some more after. I'll do the wireframe boxes. In fact, I can do that right now. You can see, like, how many models do you think are in this screen right here? Some people would say, oh, it's like 100 trees. When we take a look at models with boxes, we can really see up close in detail how many models there are. And it's not always something that's animated. A few of the models, they're stationary, static objects like this. They're vanilla assets that in Wrath of the Lich King were given higher vertices, or higher vertex count. And vanilla can only handle up to a certain amount. I think I don't know what the hard limit is for vanilla, but I know that all of the models that are not animated, that crash the client, have vertex counts over 500. So I'm going to assume it's 512 is probably the max amount of vertices that you can have. But yeah, those objects are really fun to find, because imagine you're in the WoW client, you look at this, and instantly your client crashes, and you kind of have a general idea of the direction you're looking. I have to load this up, take all these assets out in the browser. I'll assume it's not a tree, because if it was a tree, it would be crashing in more places, so normally I'll hide the trees. And that kind of eliminates, like, a lot of the clutter, so we can kind of look at more objects. Normally these rocks are fine, I'm just going to assume it's not a rock or anything. We just start narrowing stuff down. We look for expansion 2, which is Wrath of the Lich King exclusive. Something like this torch. We turn on animations, and we can see that this torch is actually one of the models that I had to fix. Wow, look at that. It doesn't crash the client anymore because I have fixed it. This basically has an animation block that's messed up. If we go and we check the bone index, it doesn't match up with key bone indexes, so we basically had to strip that down and then correct the blocks, fix all the offsets. I did 2 models like that, and it took a day to just fix 2 models, and I realized quickly, out of 78,000 models that were converted, I would say 200 outright failed, maybe 300 just outright failed because they cannot be converted. They are things like destructible objects, like the gates at Wintergrasp, things that just can't exist in vanilla. A lot of weird big objects, giant M2s like the Frost Giant battle, of all the frozen Frost Giants up in Storm Peaks. We can go take a look at that. This won't convert, so we just have to basically replace it with an empty model. The base Wrath of the Lich King won't convert. I have a model that did convert, luckily. I can't remember where it is. It's somewhere around here. Frost Giant battle. Oh yeah, right here. Oh, and Nugget crashed. Ad Spartan is looking into this crash right now. This crash happened specifically in this exact spot. Has something to do with Zuldrak. The terrain or textures. We can actually look at the error log right now. It's going to have, yep, null, and it's going to say context GPL buffer subdata. Yep. And it's right at tile 4020 is the ADT that's causing this crash. Tried to troubleshoot, stripped all the models, removed textures, removed texture duplicates, fixed ADT gaps, ran it through Zone Masher, tried to fix offsets. Don't know what it is. What I think it is, honestly, is probably some sort of texture. I have no idea, honestly. No idea. It's an issue with Nugget. This version of Nugget doesn't happen in Nugget Red, so I'm just going to leave that to Ad Spartan to look at. That only happens when animations are turned on. So it has to be related to some sort of particle, but I stripped all the assets from that tile. Perhaps it's a different tile. I don't know. I didn't have time to speculate. I looked at that. I can get around that crash by just not turning on animations, and that's all that matters. As long as I don't get held up in my work, that's all I personally have to care about, luckily. Burden can be on somebody else. I thank you, though, for fixing stuff. I'm going to read some more questions. We'll spend another 15 minutes going over questions, some discussions, and then we're really going to start diving into the work and getting into some rambles. I need a cigarette, I need a drink. So, let me go through the questions here. Unreal Craft says, I'm doing some care sections DVC editing at the moment. I need to reorder my roles. Any advice how I can do that? Reorder everything, export to CSV, or export to SQL. SQL obviously being easier to work with. CSV, though, can be easy depending on the job. With CSV, if you have Excel, you can load the CSV into Excel and treat it like SQL. Excel might be a little bit easier for if you have Excel scripts or something stupid, I don't know. Yeah, either way, export it, WDBX, go up to the export tab at the top, you can export it, and then just export it to your SQL server. Create a database, a new database to hold it, because it'll export as the template name, DB underscore, whatever the name is, underscore client version. I'm not even going to look at mine right now, but yeah, that's basically it. Spork says, the fatigue zone in the Vile Reef STV is whack. Luckily, you don't have to worry about that anymore on Wallcraft. That's not a fatigue zone. Buffett. And to address that further, the reason there's a fatigue zone at the Vile Reef is because it's in the ocean, but the Z depth is below a certain threshold. So the client automatically registers that it's deep ocean, it has fatigue flags, and it has specific depth to cause it to trigger fatigue. That doesn't happen on Wallcraft anymore, so you don't have to worry. Wobbuffet says, I made an account for Wallcraft today, looking forward to trying out the server someday. Good luck and thank you for your work. Thank you, I'm glad you enjoy. Cutler says, no portals from Eastern Kingdoms to Kalimdor. No, there would be some sort of portals, but that's only if I split up the banking system. That's because I'd like to keep the sea travel up to a degree, so simply having teleports between every location traditionally is a bit of an issue in that aspect. Because the world map is so much larger at this point, I don't want to give mages the ability to just freely travel between all 6 maps, now that there's more than 2. So I would probably restrict teleporting and portals to the specific map that you're on. In that regard, though, I may not. And the way that I would do that is making teleporting and portaling more expensive, to where a single portal would cost, or a single teleport would be like 1 gold, and a portal would be like 5 gold. Summoning portals from warlocks, I'm likely going to change into using a different reagent and not a soul shard, likely a demonic figurine, something a little bit more expensive. Basically just to increase the cost. At the same time, though, I want to encourage traveling by transport ships for players who aren't able to basically just throw money at problems. I don't want to extend the overall travel time, but at the same time, there's a lot more ocean, and the transport ships will be redone to line up to that. So basically, if you take a transport ship, they will follow this basic path, and there's a lot of maps. In fact, I don't have a good map right now. Let me see if I can find it. Wow. I think this was it. It's somewhere in here. There's a really good map with all the shipping lanes denoted. Let's see. We'll find it. 2 seconds. I got one, but I don't know if this was the one I was looking at. I think it's the same. Generally, at least. Oh yeah, this was it. So you can see the transport lines. This is a detailed map of all the flight paths, all the transport paths in Vanilla WoW, the original WoW. the map, the world itself isn't totally to scale. If you notice, you have the Forbidding Sea and the Veiled Sea, but obviously you don't have the inverse side. Basically, this would be, if this were translated into a cube, this would be left side, right side, the face or the front, top, bottom, and then back on the other side. But yeah, you have some of the original stuff. You have the original islands, islands of Isle of Dr. Lapidus and Gilligan's Isle. You have the original Undermine. You have this, I can't remember if this is Telebim. I thought Telebim was a little bit further up north. I don't know if that's labeled on the map, but yeah, this might be Kezin, in fact. This isn't fully detailed in terms of the aspects of the world, but this is a really good idea of how the travel and the transport ships work. If you travel, let's say you take the ship all the way from over here, on Wallcraft, the travel time will be reflected in that. And I know a lot of players, there's a lot of players that often disdain the idea of more travel time. I think a lot of servers do it incorrectly by just simply removing flight paths and making you run around the world. I think the idea of getting on a ship and going on a 20-minute excursion across the ocean, I think that's way different. Because these ships are all going to be retuned to only arrive at a longer interval and have a greater travel time. And this is reminiscent of older MMOs. World of Warcraft, if you notice the transport ships, they basically show up every 2 minutes, and you spend 30 seconds on the ship, and then you're at the other destination. So it's like, even if you just miss the ship, you're basically just waiting there for like 2 minutes. And it's no big deal, it doesn't take much time. That, I believe, is more of an inconvenience. To basically just show up, and it's just a matter of basically luck, whether or not the transport ship is there when you've arrived, and then having to wait for a minor inconvenient amount of time for the ship to arrive, because you know it's going to perpetually arrive until the sun burns out or the server blows up. That's not thrilling. That's just, that is tedious gameplay. There's moments that are made that are fun during those journeys, such as that, but the journey itself isn't fun. So, again, I want the world to be reflected with a greater layer of realism and more expectations of the world itself. Not just some dinky little video game world. I want the world to feel massive, alive, and real for the player. For your character, at least. This means that, obviously, you as a player with sailing can construct a ship and sail it all the way across to the other continent. You as a player can construct a ship and you could sail it from this side of the map, wrapping around to the other. You could even, as a player, sail from all the way up here, all the way across, not even hitting any of the continent over here. You'd wrap all the way back around. If you were to sail up in the ocean, up at a strip where there's basically no land, you could infinitely sail in a circle around Wallcraft. If your character could auto-run straight past loading screens, which you could do with a client mod, you could make your character sail infinitely. And as an undead, since you wouldn't die of starvation or thirst or exhaustion, you could be a ghost pirate forever sailing the seas in a ghost ship. Forever. And I mean forever. Until the server blows up or the sun burns out. You could sail in circles around the ocean, attacking anyone who comes across your path, or just being a spectral wraith of a phantom crew. Some ghost pirate ship. You know, that could be you. It's well within reach. That's part of the game. But I digress. Going back to transports. For the transport routes that will be existing in Wallcraft, it's all the same routes, many more added due to the new locations and whatnot. A lot of new islands, a lot of new places. The traditional transport routes, as marked on this map, will exist. The timers between them will be extended. Ships will arrive I haven't determined the time yet. And I don't want to randomize it so it's inconvenient. I want to make it a set time, but I'm going to say for now, probably every hour. So if you want to get to the other continent, you're going to need to go at the top of the hour and board that ship. And I don't want to do it uniformly, because I think that breaks immersion. If every ship in the game arrives exactly at the top of the hour, but generally speaking, I want to give an estimate of how long it's going to take for the ships to basically show up. In terms of transit time, it depends on the location, because this isn't just going to sail the ship out to an arbitrary point, hit a loading screen, and then put you at another arbitrary point on the continent. This is going to realistically sail you out from one continent to the other continent to the other continent. We're talking 3 maps. You're going to be sailing from Eastern Kingdom map to Maelstrom map to Kalimdor map. That's a long journey time. To get from one side of Eastern Kingdom's map to the other at normal run speed for a player, it takes an hour and 40 minutes. And that's at normal player run speed. These transport ships, they travel significantly faster. They travel about 3 times as fast. So you can assume that to travel between one continent, and this is only half distance too, if you consider it, because the ship will sail in, it's about like halfway to the continent and halfway back out. So when we consider that, and you're only taking into account from your point of departure, not from the point of the ship's arrival on the map. So for you as a player, it's basically like a half distance. If we're considering a ship travels approximately 3 times as fast, we can say it's going to be about a 20-minute journey across. So we're talking to sail from one continent to the other, you're probably going to be expecting about 20 to 30 minutes. And that's the shorter routes. The shorter routes that aren't going all the way out to places like here. There's a ship, obviously, that goes all the way from Feathermoon Stronghold up to Darkshore, and then you can sail from Darkshore all the way over to Menethil. That trip is probably going to be about an hour travel time. And again, I don't want to make it inconvenient to travel around within the map that you're currently on. The map being Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northrend, Undermine, Maelstrom. I don't want to make it inconvenient for you to go from Booty Bay to Ironforge. You take the flight path, you know, that's the standard way of travel. You take the flight path, and that's the same travel speed as always. Everybody knows the flight paths haven't been changed, aside from new ones added, like the Ironforge Airport and a few others. The flight paths, moderately priced. They're not that expensive, you know, a couple silver, 15, 20 silver at most. You take the flight path, you're there within, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You want to take a mage portal. Let's say I want to get from Booty Bay to Ironforge, and I'm not a mage, so I need to buy a portal. Luckily, there's a mage. He's in STV. He's going to get his Hakar buff and go to do his raid. I buy a portal off him. The reagent for the portal is 5 gold. So to get to Ironforge, I need to debate. Am I baller enough to drop 5 gold for that extra 2 minutes of time saved in the flight path? Hell, maybe I am. Maybe I'm a high roller. Maybe I'm a baller. Maybe I'm rolling in dark iron, and I don't give a 2 craps about 5 gold. I'll even throw him a 5 gold tip. That's how I roll. Maybe not, though. Maybe you're a mage and you want to travel, and you think, okay, well, it's going to cost me 20 silver to travel all the way up to Chillwind from Booty Bay, and I'm a troll mage. Or I can use 1 gold for my self portal and go all the way up to Undercity, and then just fly from Undercity over to wherever I need to go, or just run. Save me time, save me... time is money, so save me money in the long run. There's factors that I want to weigh out. Currently, as it stands, teleporting is too cheap. It costs 1 gold. You pay 1 gold to a mage as a tip, and that's the price, basically, of the portal. The portal runes being like 50 silver each or whatever. Pretty cheap. You tip them 2 gold or whatever. It's too easy to get around too quickly. And it shouldn't be made more difficult, Just the fact is, the world has become exponentially larger. We're talking... Pull Nugget up again. We're talking the world becoming exponentially larger here. 20 times bigger. We're talking. This is the Eastern Kingdoms map. We could fit 5 Eastern Kingdoms in the size of the new map. From what it was before. You can fit 5 of them, at least. Maybe even 6. So we can say that, we'll just say, as a safe bet, it's 5. You could definitely fit 5 calendars, probably not more. So we'll say 5 times bigger, 5 times bigger, and then obviously the other maps, which are the biggest consideration. 4 other world maps that are, 5 times bigger than what these were previously to begin with. So, in order of magnitude, the world is an order of magnitude larger. Alright, let me get on to the last few questions, then I'm going to wrap up, and then obviously I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to smoke a cigarette, get a drink, and we're going to come back in, and I'm going to get back to work while rambling. I'm probably going to stream for another 2 hours maybe while I work on stuff, and give you a little bit of insight on stuff that I've been working on and doing. Like I said, I wish I would have 24/7 streamed the entire process, because it would have been so much information, but I couldn't afford to slow myself down. I had so much to do, and I've been frantically rushing like a maniac to get it done. So any distractions, anything slowing me down was just a nuisance that I really couldn't afford. And the amount of data I've had to sift through, I wouldn't even have room to store any of it. I would have had to just raw streamed it. So no editing after, unless somebody went back through and ripped it. I'm talking too, I feel like I've inhaled a hair. It's driving me nuts. Alright, and let me go back through some of the questions here. Denzo says, what are some dungeons and raids we can expect in Northrend, Maelstrom, and Undermine? Northrend, Maelstrom, and Undermine, in particular, are places where it's an open world experience. Less focus on any type of PvM or PvE content. I'll say it right now, if you have a traditional idea of, oh, I'm going to go to Northrend and there's going to be quest hub at this place, and then I do the quests and maybe run a dungeon and then go to the next quest hub and then I'll hit the end game and do raids here, that's absolutely not, that's not how that's going to work. Put that out of your mind right now, scratch that out. Imagine, I think this is more apropos, imagine you're sailing along and you go from Kalimdor and you cross that loading screen into Northrend, but suddenly you realize that you're not in World of Warcraft anymore, you're in Rust. And you think, oh shit, I'm going to die. And it's going to be permanent, and then that's just that. And you're going to be worried about that, but at the same time you're going to be looking around and you're going to think, there's more money to be made here than I've made in the last 6 months picking Black Lotus in Winter Spring. And that's the feeling you're going to have. And there's just going to be towering behemoths and primal cities that didn't exist and won't exist after, that have came and gone long before Alliance and Horde set foot in an expeditionary manner on Northrend. Because again, we're talking about an era of the World of Warcraft universe in lore that isn't full of, first off, it's not full of crap, fanfic garbage from the novels and later expansions. This is original canon lore that we're dealing with. That's why the Wallcraft map is going to be... The Wallcraft map is the first time that World of Warcraft has had its world realized, as originally envisioned by Chris Metzen. At no point has it come even close. Wallcraft map is larger than every single map from every expansion combined. There's more world space in Wallcraft, my vanilla 1.12 client private server that I'm making by myself. There's more world space than Blizzard has made in their entire 20-year history as a company working on this game. So that's, I think, the big takeaway in the perspective. The world is a big, wide open, dangerous place. Now, that's not to say that there's not going to be new dungeons, and there's not going to be new raids, and new content, new quests, and new hubs and places, but the world is at a period in time where the Dark Portal is about to open, And a lot of people, a lot of mighty, heroic adventurers are going through on the other side to fight a giant space demon. And you say, fuck that. I'm hanging out here, and I'm going to plunder, and I'm going to loot, and I'm going to build an empire. While all these schlubs are out there getting their ass kicked on a rock floating in space. I'm gonna renew the syndicate, and I'm going to become the largest criminal organization in the world. Or I'm gonna join the South Sea Pirates, and I'm gonna loot and plunder from other players, and I'm gonna kill them, and I'm gonna take their gear and their equipment, and I'm going to stash it in a treasure chest on a hidden island that's unmarked on the map. And hopefully nobody else finds it. It's gonna be buried, where nobody else can find it. But only I know where it is. And if somebody else finds it, they're gonna take all my stuff. You know, that's the idea. There's going to be rare mobs, world bosses. Instead of a raid, maybe I'll add 17 world bosses that you can go fight with other guilds over. You know, stuff like that. Perfect example. I'll pull up some map view here, so I'm not just rambling on a blank screen here. I haven't played Wrath of the Lich King since the original Wrath of the Lich King. And although many things are fresh in my mind from, you know, me being a youngin', I played Wrath of the Lich King original in my junior year of high school, my senior year of high school, right around there. And the game was magical, the game was awesome, everybody was having a great time. You know, it was right around the time when people started getting good at the game. Between vanilla and TBC, you know, you have like the top percenters, but by the time Wrath of the Lich King was around, people were starting to just generally get good at the game. So there's a lot of stuff to explore and discover. Hey, look, we got Dalaran. Cool. A lot of stuff to explore and discover, but I only have vague memories of it in general. You know, I kind of have the general idea of a lot of stuff, but that's fine because I only need the general idea of stuff. A lot of the stuff that exists on this map will not exist in Wallcraft. An example right here, outside of the gate, I believe, if I recall, that this is where the Wrath Gate incident took place with the Apothecary Society, and basically they poisoned the shit out of everybody. So you have like the Alliance and the Horde, and you had all these expeditionary forces, and they were all lined up. This is, by the way, this is patch 1 map, Wrath of the Lich King. It's not patch 2 or patch 3, so you don't have things like ICC actually in-game yet. You just have the open world areas. Some other locations don't technically exist, I think, like the Isle of Conquest, but everything in the open Northrend world exists. It's just instant stuff that doesn't exist at this point. I went with the patch 0 because maintaining the lowest patch was just more useful in terms of doing the work. A lot less problems. Later patches had more shaders and particles on models, created a lot more issues backporting stuff. Even the WMOs, every WMO has to be corrected. So using an intricate layering method, I've basically taken the Wrath of the Lich King WMOs, and then I've overlaid the vanilla and the TBC WMOs. And then some of the alpha Wrath of the Lich King client WMOs, which have the old structure that conforms to vanilla and TBC. Wrath of the Lich King WMOs radically changed, and basically they all get broken and have to be fixed in Blender. So wherever I can avoid using them, I do. This one, for example, only exists in the official Wrath of the Lich King client, so there is no old format WMO. This has to be corrected in Blender. Basically going to have to correct all the portals, all of the interior, exterior flags, liquid flags, etc. A lot of work. And there's like 1,000 of them. So I know what I'm doing this month. Probably going to ask a few people to help, a few people that know basically what this job entails. It's a pretty standard operation for when you're backporting, so if there's anybody out there that's good with fixing WMOs in Blender for converting the Wrath of the Lich King to vanilla, it's tedious work. I have about 1,000 of them. I'll appropriate 100 models to you, do however many you can, and then send them back to me. I'll include them in the patch. Otherwise I gotta do it myself. But yeah, like stuff like this is going to be ripped straight off the map. Like, this will go bye-bye, this will go bye-bye, everything is going to go bye-bye, because this doesn't exist. This doesn't exist because Alliance and Horde expedition forces are not here yet. In lore, they're not here yet. This is pre-TBC era. Obviously, the continent exists. The continent has existed since all the continents that exist, really. So it has a story, it has a purpose, it has a place in the world. You know, you look at the old world map, Northrend was there, Undermine was there, Maelstrom was there. These are all parts of the world map that were intended to be in the original game. But due to time constraints and Blizzard's direction with the game that they wanted to take, and their monetization, really, of it, selling expansions, they wanted to pack all this stuff into later expansions. So, having this realized in the game world and have it be vanilla era. Now, when I pack all of my patch compilations for people to use as they see fit, I'm going to release this all to the public. People will be able to use the Wrath of the Lich King Northrend map in vanilla. I have made it an explicit goal to preserve the map itself. Anything that has to be fixed is going to be a model, an M2, or a WMO. And those will be fixed and packaged in the patch. Now, mind you that this is made for vanilla client. It's Wrath of the Lich King content. There's tons of issues with combining it all together in the proper way to where it doesn't explode and implode in upon itself. I have perfected the technique, but at the same time, that means that you have to follow stringent rules and limitations. The file format that I'm packing it with is a special compression type using zlib and sparse compression. When not using sound files get additional layer of compression because they can be compressed into a lossy format. It's not a big deal. They're getting compressed once into a patch and never changing. Later sound files get added to the Wallcraft patch, but essentially you have to pack all of this information into an MPQ in the proper way. Vanilla client cannot read patches that are greater than a header declaration of 5 places. So essentially you can only have hex 8000, which translates to 32,768 files, if I recall that number correctly, maximum per patch. In addition, you cannot have a patch greater than 4 gigabytes. The vanilla client does not read patches greater than 4 gigabytes. So, in order to make this a reality, we have to go with drastic measures, as always. And if you notice, this is my vanilla client. I have my base patches, my patch 2, and then I have my patch 3, patch 4, patch 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. It's insane, I know. Yeah, it's actually whack. And some of them are just, they're teetering on the edge. This is the sound patch. The sound patch is heavily compressed down to be under 4 gigabytes. This originally was 8 gigabytes of sound data. I need to redo it, and I'm probably going to have to split it up into 2 patches because, yeah, it's lossy compression, you know? So, I haven't even tested it yet, but that's just my guess, my speculation. Patch 4, we have textures. Now, I'm just going to say this. I try and keep the patches clean and categorized in their standard format. But that means splitting up files, and you have to, you know, you got a lot of plates to spin at one time. The files that you want to split, obviously they're going to be in different sizes. So, we'll take, for example, patch 6. Patch 6 has a bunch of stuff. These all combine up to under 32,000 files in total. These should never change. These are the base patches. The base patches from 3 to 8, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, will be base patches that will be shipped in one section, and then 9 is my Wallcraft custom patch. These base patches should never change, so you install them once. They're basically the combined backported Wrath of the Lich King TBC files layered over with vanilla. I will strip the vanilla files from them because you have the base vanilla patch files covering that. So once I'm finished, the vanilla files get stripped, and then all you're left with is converted Wrath of the Lich King files overlaid with converted TBC files overlaid with converted Wrath of the Lich King Alpha client files, re-overlaid with corrected Wrath of the Lich King client WMOs, re-overlaid with TBC WMOs, re-overlaid with vanilla WMOs. That's a lot to take in. You're probably going to want to reverse the tape on that. That's stated in exact order. Again, this is alchemy we're working with here. This is voodoo. You're combining data multiple times over and over and over. I'll visualize it in a representation. It's going to be a really crappy MS Paint drawing. I'm going to try and do more of these because people enjoy them. Imagine this is your base patch. Your base patch has all your data. We can split it up into different sections of data. I know these lines are so crooked and sloppy. It's terrible. We can split these up into different sections of data, and we can say that this is our care. I don't even want to do that. My penmanship's horrible. We're going to use the text editor. We're going to say care, textures, models, and care can go into models as well. We can even call that tile sets, sound, map. And these are like the different sections. This entire baseline is your patch. We'll just say that this is the combined Wrath of the Lich King patch in client patches. So this is Wrath of the Lich King data. Now the problem is when we convert this, because this is Wrath of the Lich King client that we're working with, we're going to get data that is good. Textures, characters, yeah, textures or characters doesn't really convert well, but we'll say textures, just for the example, we'll say textures is good. Sound, that's fine. The map, although it converts fine, we have to use sorcery for it, so we're going to say that's a yellow, because we had to use magic, and we try and avoid that. Tile sets are mostly green, but there are a few tile sets that don't convert to the format that we need. Basically, conventions for vanilla, you need 512 by 512 maximum dimensions. Most files, it might even be 256 by 256, I actually can't remember. I think it's 512 by 512 though. Maximum, they have to be compressed in a specific either DXT or no DXT format. And it has to use special alpha bit. 8-bit alpha compression typically, but some use opaque. We have problems though with some files, obviously, when we go to convert them. Like this. You look at this and you're like, okay, cool, that's just a tile, that's no big deal. Where did I get that? Let's see where I got that. I can't even remember where I got that, honestly. Where did I get this? Tile set. Tile set. Okay. Where did I get this? It's from here. So it's a TGA tile set. This was a sample tile set that they wanted to use for Crystal Song Forest. You can see Crystal Song Forest pictures here. This is MIP maps. Basically, these translate at different scales, down to different sizes, and this gives texture resolution at different view distances. When stuff looks crappier at a further distance, it's because of MIP mapping. It's basically a way for the game engine to render stuff at far distances in some form without using up a ton of processor power or GPU power. A little bit of magic for rendering here. Now this is obviously the texture file, very close here. Wrath of the Lich King client has one of these. I think it's called TGA Test, BLP. It's used in 2 different formats across 2 different patches. The base patch has some Hinterlands looking one. I think it's maybe Grizzly Hills. I don't know. The patch 1 version of this is Crystal Song, and then there's another one, so 3 in total. I think patch 2 might have one. I can't remember. You can dig through it yourself if you want to find it. Point is, Vanilla Client doesn't know what the fuck it's looking at. Vanilla Client crashes when trying to load this. It doesn't conform to the right size in any way. You'll actually get a texture.cpp error thrown, which is rather unusual for the client to throw. An engine error, because the engine is obfuscated, so they try and avoid that. Usually you'll have a memory address thrown, but it's because the texture engine itself cannot handle this. So A little bit of a different error. So obviously I just cut out the tile. Looks a little wonky. I'm going to retile it with some of the earlier patch data. But either way, I digress from across this entire point. Where was I even on in the beginning talking about this? Oh yeah, paint. So yeah, you have like some issues with tile sets you're going to have to look at. You'll have one or two, so we have some issues there. Textures can even be categorized as that as well. You're going to have one or two issues there. Characters, we're not even going to use this. We want to use the vanilla models. We don't want to use Wrath of the Lich King models, so we cut that out from our patch data. And basically, since we have the underlying vanilla patch, which I'll represent up at the top, this is our vanilla patch, we will have the extended section from the vanilla patch that is handling characters, so we don't have to worry about that. And that's all fine and dandy. So when the client loads it, because it's loading from basically oldest to newest, the vanilla to Wrath of the Lich King, we're going to have the characters loaded from vanilla and the rest loaded from Wrath of the Lich King. Now, I know some of the box colors are confusing because those are just signifying the difficulty in data, and of course the one that we save for last is models. These get fuck ported so often that trying to mass convert them, there's a reason that people who run these servers that are tailored towards Wrath of the Lich King or backporting Wrath of the Lich King content, a lot of servers that you'll see have cash shops where they say, hey, $20 you can have a mount from Wrath of the Lich King. And they have 6 of them. Why? Because Wrath of the Lich King uses a different file format. It's extremely grueling to try and convert them. There's, again, in total with the alpha client and all the patch data, 100,000 models to deal with. And trying to mass convert them all and then use them all at once, you're going to have 90,000 work, 10,000 don't. And that number is a little skewed. I can say 98,000 work and 2,000 don't, while a single one not working is going to crash your client. Now you have 2,000 of them to deal with. Nothing but problems, nothing but issues. Which is why servers that, again, have cash shops that sell Wrath of the Lich King content backported into vanilla, look at their selection. They might have 6, 7, 8, 20, 30 mounts, but they don't have all of them. And they would if they could, but they can't. They don't have much in terms of that. They have some skins, some models, because backporting this is a nightmare often. The tools for backporting stuff into Wrath of the Lich King exist in a greater capacity than most other ways around, but the tools for backporting stuff into vanilla, you know, we're talking caveman. You're beating a monkey with a bone while screaming. That's what you're doing most of the day. You know, some 2001 Space Odyssey scene. That's, if you want to see me work, I can turn on the webcam. It's going to be me, you know, beating another ape with a bone. That's the best way to describe it, really. It's caveman, you know, carving stone with stone while working with vanilla. So anyway, back to the point here. I'm starting to go off on the ramble here. I'll look over the questions. I still need a cigarette and a drink. I'm so parched, but I want to talk about this a little bit further. So as we're backporting stuff, we have our Wrath of the Lich King base patch. Obviously, we have the vanilla base patch. The vanilla base patch gets loaded first because we don't have any character sections for the Wrath of the Lich King patch. It's going to load in from vanilla. But because the models are super fucked, when we're left with the end result, we're going to have some issues there. Now, going on further, we want our Wrath of the Lich King, which is denoted in black. We have our vanilla base patch. We're going to have our Wrath of the Lich King textures. Ooh. Yeah, it's got to be black. Wrath of the Lich King textures. And then we're just going to skip over the models for now. We're going to have our Wrath of the Lich King tile set with 1 part, 2 parts converted. So mostly Wrath of the Lich King. We're going to have our Wrath of the Lich King sound files, which are directly converted. And then our Wrath of the Lich King map files, which get converted in a very special way. Which brings us back to our original point of topic, Nugget, and the lack of its functionality prior to all of this shenanigans. I'm going to say models are fuck ported just so we can identify that. I'm actually going to draw lines so we can kind of see them a little bit clearer. Oop, this has to be red. that red. So we can see where the models are porting over. We're going to talk about Nugget after the break, though. I want to label this a little bit clearer, even though it's, you know, frigging insane asylum drawings at this point. It kind of conveys the general message of what we're doing when we layer these patches, because it doesn't just work out of the box, so you have to do this. So what are we left with? We're left with vanilla characters, Wrath of the Lich King textures, backported combination models that have to be hand corrected for the most part. We're talking M2s and WMOs. Tile set that is, Wrath of the Lich King, but some converts. We have sound that is Wrath of the Lich King, but we want to make sure that the compression is correct for vanilla client, because Wrath of the Lich King client handles it differently, so we have to modify that. And then we have maps which are handled in Nugget. I'm not going to make a key for anything further. We're just going to go off of memory here and kind of get the general idea. Now, when we're backporting the textures, obviously those go fine. Characters, we're going to use the vanilla models, but we're going to need the extended models from Wrath of the Lich King, or TBC. And that leaves us with a little bit more layering. That means we're going to backport the TBC player models for Draenei and Blood Elf right here. And then we're going to backport the Wrath of the Lich King models for things like Tuskar, Vrykul, Wrath of the Lich King races. Doesn't mean that they're going to be present in game, just means that we want to have them, we want to backport them, because they might be used statically in some places. Often not for player models, often not for character models, but you have things like UI elements being used for particle effects on the ground in Koldara. It's stupid. It's stupid to say the least. Draenei Sparks, a UI element from TBC for the Draenei loading screen. Oh, why is the ground green? Oh, it's because I didn't backport that. Whoops, gotta go look at my TBC repository now and take a look at what I got. Let's see the TBC patches. Time to look at the Draenei UI. Where's TBC client? Yeah, this stuff is so stupid. I don't even think it's in common. I think it's in patch. And this takes forever to load because it's a common file, almost 4 gigabytes. Interface. No, it's not even in here. It's in a patch file for here, isn't it? Yeah, interface, glues, models, UI. It'll use one of these. It'll use a lens flare from this for no reason. Or Leaf Red 2 32 only exists here, isn't referenced elsewhere. So you have to backport everything, and it's layering it on top of each other. So to give a little bit of an idea on the order here, I'm going to use the stack here. This is the big stack. Get rid of this so you can see it a little bit easier. Delineate here. This is the order we're going for. We want Wrath of the Lich King. Do Wrath of the Lich King. TBC Vanilla. That's the standard stack that we want to issue. And we want it all downported. We want to stack it down and smush it on down. Now the problem is Wrath of the Lich King has so many assets that don't backport. TBC, surprisingly, TBC and Vanilla Client are very similar. So TBC WMOs work natively in Vanilla. You don't have any work with them. M2s need to be backported, but there's not many issues. So anytime you can, you're going to target TBC models to overlay when you're making these layers. Vanilla obviously works in Vanilla. You don't have to worry about Vanilla. That means that when we're relayering, we want Vanilla to come last. We want to take the Wrath of the Lich King backports, and then we want to layer on TBC backports, which Wrath of the Lich King client, again, contains everything from Vanilla, TBC, and Wrath of the Lich King. So anything that's in Wrath of the Lich King that's exclusive to Wrath of the Lich King, we want to keep, and we want to backport, and we want to try and work with that. Anything that was in TBC exists natively in TBC, so we don't have to worry about that for TBC content, but we have to worry about it being modified in the Wrath of the Lich King patch. A lot of TBC assets might, and I can't even say a lot, I would say out of, let's just say, spitball a number, 50,000 assets in TBC, 150 of them might have had particles added in Wrath of the Lich King for no reason. And the reason is, I can tell you right now, it's because the artist who made the model originally in TBC now has access to new client engine features, new particles, new shaders, and they want to take that model that they made last year and add some new effects. Ooh, looks fancy now. Look at it. Remember this jar that I made? Look at it. It's got a glow now. Cool. Yeah, cool. Now it doesn't work for me. Now it doesn't want a backport. You added a particle effect that doesn't work. It's a TBC asset, and because it's a TBC asset, and the TBC client and the TBC map have to load it because they don't want to change all that, it's saved in the TBC root. It overrides it. So this Wrath of the Lich King version of it might not work. The TBC version of it will work most of the time, and the vanilla version absolutely will work. So we want to try and avoid any vanilla assets and TBC assets that were in the Wrath of the Lich King client. I don't care how they were updated. I don't care how they look. The only time that I would care is if it's a WMO or an M2 that's used as a structure and it misaligns the map. Because again, the map integrity is what we're attempting to preserve. We want to preserve the map integrity because that's the map itself. The client can't load models, but it can load the terrain and it can load the map. So we don't want to physically edit the map. We don't want to touch the map at all in Nogget during all of this backporting. Yeah, sure, it would be easy for me to fly around and just rip the models that cause client crashes and issues straight off the map, and then package that all together and say, it's a 90% Wrath of the Lich King backport, I got lazy and I did the dumb way. I don't want to do that, though. I want to do it the right way. I want to make it correct. I want to make it functional as best as possible, and it's a lot more work, and not everything can be corrected. You're going to have some issues. There's a cuckoo clock. In fact, let me take a look here. We'll talk about my test maps, how I use them. I'm probably going to ramble on for another 6 hours. I might just, I don't know. I'm working until I fall asleep at my desk every day for the past year or so. Maybe I'll just let it roll until I fall asleep, and you can enjoy me working while I listen to audiobooks. Yeah, where are we, though? Somewhere. Okay, we'll take a look at this. This is a model. This is my developer map. Basically, when I find a bugged area in the game client that causes a client crash, I look for the models, I put them all in here. The map is clean, so I know it's not going to crash unless a bad model is present on the map, so I place models one by one on the map until the client crashes. I'll do it in batches of 5 or 10 because it's a lot of guesswork. You know, like I said, 500 models, you have to figure out which one's crashing, so I'll grab the 20 that I suspect, I'll throw them down on the map. If the client crashes, then I'll split them up into corners of the map, so that when I log in and I load in, if I crash and I log in again, it's just going to cycle me through crashes, because every time I log in, it's going to attempt to load the model and then crash me again. So what I do is I take the models then back in the map editor, I drag them in the corners of the map. You can see in the corners of the map are models that have crashed the client, and then I fix them. You can see why this model crashes, because it has this really cool looking fire effect that doesn't exist in vanilla. That's a particle system that doesn't exist in the vanilla client. The way that it's handled, like this. However, going back, what's missing here? What are we missing here? We see Wrath, we see TBC, we see vanilla, and don't say Cataclysm. It's not Cataclysm. No. What's missing here is Wrath Alpha. Space that out a little bit more. I don't like how that looks. Wrath Alpha is what's missing here, people. And Wrath Alpha is the key component. Wrath Alpha was a client that was being developed midway through TBC. Obviously, they do the expansions ahead of time. Usually when one launches, they have the other one being worked on. So Wrath of the Lich King, because Wrath of the Lich King client was such a departure from the TBC and the vanilla clients, there's so many fundamental differences in the client engine that lead to a lot of issues when backporting beyond prior Wrath of the Lich King expansions. It's hard to work with. For us, though, fortunately, the Wrath of Lich King Alpha client was very, very similar to the TBC client. It didn't use skin files on any of the models. It used the old structure. WMOs from the old Wrath of the Lich King client use the old structure, so they don't have to be fixed in Blender. And any asset that's in the Wrath of the Lich King client is also in TBC and vanilla. Two exceptions exist, and that's because of the Windows file system naming convention issue. Troll Dungeon Ring .m2 and Meat Wagon Hauler .m2 have issues. And if you see, we can see my Nugget structure has to account for that. My Nugget load folder, world, Azeroth and generic, Azeroth, Stranglethorn, passive doodads, Troll Dungeon Ring .m2. The issue being Troll Dungeon Ring .m2 was also the name of the file path. Luckily that got fixed, but they never fixed Meat Wagon Hauler. So this piece of shit cart is going to be the bane of your existence if you're ever trying to work on any of this crap. And there's a simple way to fix it as your own personal custom map, because you're selling a custom patch, or you're delivering a custom patch. Doesn't matter that you're editing it. What does matter is when you're using a default client to edit this shit, and you're not selling assets that need to be loaded into a client that is unmodified. So the problem is trying to load this into Nugget. The naming convention, if you notice the folder meatwagonhauler.m2 is in the same location as where the asset needs to exist. So the asset, which is also named meatwagonhauler.m2, whoever made the file structure accidentally made a folder containing it with the same name, and Windows directory cannot hold them both in the same location. You can't have a folder name this and a file name this at the same level. So that's a nightmare. That's an unresolvable nightmare. If you're using Windows, at least. Linux might be able to do it. The client loads it fine without an issue, so it's mostly just the system that you're working with. I've managed to circumvent that with a little bit of trickery, a little bit of voodoo, but hopefully you won't have to worry about that. Just use, when I package this, I'll package this as well. Tile set, generic, TGA test is the $an issue that we're talking about, and my plan for that is to actually just retexture the map. I don't want to have to do that. The TGA test works fine with my structure, so it's just going to be a fucked map, and I'll just give an optional backport for it. Okay, I'm going off on so many tangents. I still haven't taken a break. I have more questions to read. I'm going to leaf through the questions, and then we're really going to get in the meat and potatoes of all this, because, again, we're at the precursor. I haven't even gone back to square one. We're talking still about the patch systems. Wrath of the Lich King Alpha, again, better file structure. So when we're compacting these patches on top of each other, we want to convert everything from Wrath of the Lich King first, discarding bad assets. There's going to be about 150 to 180, depending on what you're doing. There's going to be assets that just simply don't convert. There's going to be an additional 300 assets that convert, but surprise, they actually don't, and they crash the client. And there's no message, no error. They convert, but the vanilla client doesn't read them correctly. The converter isn't aligned correctly for it. That usually deals with keybone indices, or extra bones, extra like bad bits of data essentially at the bottom of them that you just have to strip out and fix the offsets for. Particle emitters that don't exist in vanilla, shit like that. So when we take the Wrath of the Lich King data, we're going to discard the failed stuff, which you can see I have a failed folder. I don't know if I still have it. Yeah, failed folder. These are failed assets that don't convert. You can see the directories. Most of them are of 0 length, 0 file size. These are files that were never implemented and they just don't convert, and a few other ones that are from Alpha Client that didn't convert correctly. In fact, you can see some of the list here. Let's see. Yeah, here's one, Cobalt and the alpha client cobalt mining node because it doesn't use a skin file. It has an animation block, but there's no animation file that the converter's trying to look for, so it doesn't convert. That's the converter's problem. Obviously, the asset works in the alpha client. Doesn't work in vanilla, though, because it's Wrath of the Lich King structure, so it has to be converted. Fortunately for us, because the Wrath of the Lich King Alpha Cobalt node doesn't have this animation block being referenced, or this animation file, the block is within itself. I could either fix it within 0.10 with this template that I made. This is an old Schlumpf template that I updated for vanilla. It's a Wrath of the Lich King template that I updated. I don't even know where I'm looking for files, so I'm not going to bother. We can go in the fail one, though. Actually, I can't go into fail. They have no data. We'll go in XPack. Look for something. Critter, bats, whatever. Open this. Run our M2 template. Oh, hallelujah. I can't tell you how many days were spent fixing this shit. This stupid template. This ancient 2008 template. Nobody mods vanilla. Where's the looping flag? Not sequences. No. What flag was I talking about even? I can't even remember. No, there's no particle section, so I can't even reference that. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to see this because this doesn't have the animation block baked in. Oh, no, here it is. Yeah, looped. So I could correct that. I could correct the one I was just talking about there. The cobalt mining node. It has an animation block that it's referencing. This should be set to 1. This is falsely named looped. This should basically be self-referencing animation block within the file itself, not referencing an animation file separately. So if I were to change that, I could fix that, but fortunately I don't need to because the non-alpha version of Wrath of the Lich King, the live version, has the skin file format, which backports correctly. Don't have to worry about it. A few other backports that failed we'll take a look through. This takes 6 hours to run, by the way. So I have to run this overnight. I have to convert it 3 times for each patch format. Well, 4 times. I don't have to do vanilla, though, so 3 in total. Wrath of the Lich King, Wrath of the Lich King Alpha, TBC. Takes 6 hours to run the full Wrath of the Lich King one. Takes about 3 hours to do the Alpha, and then like 2.5, 3 for TBC. So when people say, oh, I could do this in an afternoon, dude, you can't even extract and generate the data in an afternoon. This is using a custom script that I wrote that does it as fast as possible, basically. It could be optimized to use the Opahansai file structure parser, but I wrote a batch script for it, so it does what I needed to do. In fact, we can even run this. Run it. See it just shedding out converted. These are already identical. I'll let this run while I go smoke a cigarette and get a drink of water. I'll look over questions real quick. Denzo says, what are some dungeons and raids that we can expect in Northrend Maelstrom? That was the question I went off on a tangent with. You can expect a few dungeons and a few raids, but it's going to be mostly open world content focused. I would say if you're going to be looking for raids, you're going to have the Valheim places, the Jotunheim area. Azul Narub is not going to be a dungeon, it's going to be a city that can be invaded, basically an open world raid. A lot of new content is open world, and focused on the open world, and that's because Wallcraft is integrated laterally into vanilla. It's not that this content supersedes Naxxramas. Naxxramas is the raiding PvE content. I think that there's plenty enough PvE raiding content and dungeon content. There needs to be more open world and immersive content in vanilla. Any raider will tell you, anybody who's a dedicated progression raider will tell you there's plenty enough raiding content once you get into the later stages of vanilla. once you get into AQ being around, like, you don't even have time to do all the raids. If you're running 3 characters a week through 7 or 8 raids, like, that's just a nightmare. Obviously, there will be additional raid tier content. You have Karazhan 20, you have Karazhan 40, you have Old Hillsbrad, which could be an open world scenario, but Durnhold, open world scenario. That's Black Morass, open world scenario, but that's also a raid. So, a lot of combinations, a lot of intricate execution on it, but just expect more world content. Again, though, not to say that there isn't dungeons and raids. Karazhan 20 and 40 are both going to be the next ones up on the table. In terms of Northrend, you can look forward to, you know, the Vrykul places. Ulduar possibly, but I'd rather do Ulduar as a non-raid world zone, if you know what I mean, with like a lot of crafting and Ulduar type stuff, because again, this is vanilla era. The Lich King is frozen up on the top of a glacier right now. He's not moving around doing nothing, he's frozen. There's a ton of Scourge all over Northrend, but they're kind of just shambling around, you know, waiting on the Lich King's orders to really amass. You know, they're basically in the gathering stage. So you're not going to have things like Ice Crown because there's no Lich King to fight right now. He's frozen on the frozen throne. Ulduar, you don't have a lot of events with like Yogg Saron because again, this is preceding it by decades. So when you go into Ulduar, it might just be a giant crafting zone with like tons of facilities and resources and stuff like that. Anywho, moving on to the next question so I can knock these out and finally get some water. Let's see. Heroes live forever, but legends never die, says Spork. Very true. Cutler says it's Alpha Northrend or the normal one. This is more like the normal one with Alpha elements. It's not going to be... If you play the Wrath of the Lich King Alpha, it's not going to be the unfinished Northrend map. If that's what you're referring to, it's the completed Northrend version map. But again, vanilla era, so a lot of key differences. Man of Culture, true. Cutler says, I love the idea of more travel time, actually. It's really immersive. Fish from the ship, having profession tables are like a bank and a transport ship to sort out inventory. Hell yeah. Sound files are a massive source of bloat. Very much appreciated on that. Yeah, they are. It's like literally a quarter of the client is sound files. It's really obnoxious. Spork says, yeah, man, the best part about vanilla is traveling and exploring and immersion. Sadly, original vanilla didn't have it, so that would last while playing. Wallcraft is huge. Stay tuned, because when I get back from this break, I will show you some parts of the in-game world, and then I'm really going to start rambling on how everything was done. If I were to sit here and try and at least give a cursory explanation of everything that I had to do over this past month, it would take 7 to 8 hours in my rough estimate, so I'm going to condense it as fast as I possibly can, without skipping out on too many details. John Angler says, is there a limit to patch files? You can have as many patch files as you want. As far as I know, the numbering convention follows 0 through 9, unfortunately, so patch 0, 1, 2 are both, those 3 are occupied by vanilla clients, so you basically have 3 through 9 to work with numbering conventions, but they also could be A through Z. So if you want your patches read, and if I were to redo the base patches of the vanilla client and just include everything into one giga patch, I could just name it A through Z, basically. But, luckily, I won't even have to use 6 patches. I'll condense that down. Probably, in my rough estimate, it's probably going to be 5. 5 base patches plus 1 custom patch. So, we're talking up to patch 8. Joris Pillar says, hi, do you work with some composers on your project? No, I use the original OSTs from the game. I'm not particularly interested in adding new ambiance and sound. A very key part of the aesthetic of vanilla is familiar sounds, and all those sounds already exist that I'd like to use. Hitting the right sound to match the World of Warcraft is very difficult. I don't have an orchestra, so No, it's pretty difficult. Swork says 2001 Space Odyssey workflow. True. Cheddar says, sounds lovely, not gonna lie. A lot of work. This is sick. Interesting. You can add this to vanilla. Yes. I'm glad to have blown through the questions. I'm going to take a quick cigarette break while I let this run. This doesn't actually need to run. I did this before the stream, luckily. This only took like an hour and a half. Not all the files from the client, just the world files. But yeah, let me get around to the cigarette. We're going to take a 10-minute break. I'll return at 4 o'clock, and then we're just going to keep rolling until I pass out tonight. So, or until I get, you know, hungry and have to go do stuff. I don't know. We'll keep the cameras rolling, though. Alright, let me pull up my intermission screens and whatnot. Alright, people, for anybody listening right now, I'm still eating some dinner. We got this converter running in the background, but don't really need to run it. I'm just giving you an example here. This is going to be a long stream. I'm going to be rambling for quite some time, so I'm going to take another few minutes here to finish this, so be well-nourished and energized for this terrible ordeal we're about to cover. So, stay tight, or hang tight, stay tuned. Hey, we're back. Let me get myself all situated. I want to take a look over the YouTube chat. And we're gonna blow the lid off this thing. Let's see. Pull this up. We've got no additional chats right now, so let's just dive right into it. Get myself all comfortable here. Oh, smashing my knees off everything. Alright, we got one last question here. Denzo says, since the new zones won't be dungeon questing raid focus, will we be able to group with opposing factions? No. And again, that's not explicitly to say that new zones aren't going to feature dungeons or raids whatsoever. That's just not the primary focus. To give you an example, like, I'll go over the Northrend map here. Let's say you are a player, you want to go to Northrend. You can sail to Northrend, provided that you have sailing, but you're going to need sailing to get to Northrend. And in order to survive in the colder parts of Northrend, you will need to have completed Nax Ramus, which will provide a buff that prevents you from taking... Yeah, of course it's going to freeze. Piece of crap, I flew right over the bad tile here. Reboot this. So let's say you, as a player, you're level 60, you just got your boat made, you got your sailing all learned, and you want to go sail the Northrend. You'll be able to brave the frigid seas, which always have Arctic snowing conditions. You'll be able to get over here into Northrend. You'll be able to land on Northrend. There's not going to be places like this, because this don't exist yet, obviously. So I'm going to take all these locations, I'm basically going to rip them off the map. I'm going to repiece them, get rid of all their gizmos and gadgets and whatnot. Get rid of all this crap, and repiece the terrain. You know, unfortunately, the terrain cutter tool is all fucked right now. Go through, repiece the terrain, re-smooth it all out, repaint it, make it look natural, and then that'll be that. You're going to have no human settlements, no orc settlements, nothing of that nature. What you will have, though, is native inhabitants. Now, this is a point in lore and time where Alliance and Horde haven't set foot, really, on this continent. Only various bands of adventurers and explorers. But that also includes, of course, the native species of the lands. You have the Nerubians living right over around here. Stuff like this, Horde Outpost gone, ripped straight off the map. You've got your Dragonblight, your Wormrest Accord, whatnot. Those guys are here, obviously. You have some Scarlet expeditions into Northrend at this point in time. So yes, you do have a few Scarlet expeditions, but nothing major. You're just going to have some fortifications. You're definitely not going to have no giant church, no huge garrisons, whatnot. You might have some outposts, perhaps some fortifications, no walls. You're going to have, obviously, a lot of sunken ships that have accumulated over the hundreds of years that people have been braving these icy waters. But you won't have, many major mainstay human establishments. Stuff like this, not going to exist. You're not going to have, lumber mill type assets around this area. What you are going to have is a lot of trees. You will have a few expeditions that are now embarking. But your goal, as a player, is to make this land your own. Because again, Northrend is teeming with the endgame resources, materials. You're going to be able to find rich thorium all out the wazoo. You'll even find cobalt, you'll find serenite, stuff like that. Craft endgame gear and material. But you as a player have to establish this land. Now, again, something to note about Northrend. Anyone who dies on the Northrend map is permanently turned into a servant of the Lich King. So Northrend is very dangerous. It's not for the faint of heart. You could potentially lose your character permanently, and you will be warned of this obviously before you ever set foot anywhere near this map. So Northrend's extremely dangerous. It's teeming with undead. Again, not any Alliance or Horde expeditions at this point, so you don't have clearings on the inlets. You have Vrykul, you have Tuskar, you're going up to the further in the mountains, obviously you have like the Ulduar stuff, you have all the Scourge forces, the Lich King, the Undead, Nerubians, stuff like this. They're mostly hostile. You have some friendlies over at Wormrest Accord or the Tuskar inhabitants that you can gain reputation with, you're friendly with, or neutral, at least starting. So you do have a few friendly forces here, but for the most part, this continent is going to be absolutely swarming with high-level, very dangerous enemies. And we're talking a single random mob wandering around this area is going to be a challenge for players in raid gear. You're going to need a group to essentially survive around Northrend, so this is a group-oriented area. Just for the sake of the danger, you're going to probably not want to be traveling alone. Now, that doesn't mean you can't go around Northrend alone, gather resources and slay stuff, but the challenge difficulty and the challenge rating of everything is basically tuned for groups. The further in to Northrend you go, the greater the difficulty, obviously, it increases. But we're talking about difficulty increases for tiers of gear along with the amount of players. So, starting out in Northrend on the outer coasts, a player who is capable of clearing Molten Core will be able to survive in places like this, you know, Borean Tundra and, you know, the starting areas, essentially, that you would consider. You would be able to survive as a Prebis geared player who's ready to take on Molten Core on the outer banks. But the further you get in, the more tiers of difficulty you will have needed to have progressed through. Elsewise, just to really have a shot at defeating stuff. By the time that you're in the troll areas, we're talking people who have already progressed into AQ. And obviously, by the time that you get to any type of Storm Peaks content or Ice Crown content, and again, the content's not linear. You don't just step foot on Northrend and go zone to zone and that's what you're doing. Northrend is a place that you'll journey to possibly many times over the coming years as you progress your character and hunt treasures around here, but it's definitely not a location that you want to spend a lot of time on. It's, again, extremely dangerous, high risk. You die on Northrend, you're raised as a force of the Lich King. Now, what does that entail? That means that when you die on Northrend, you are raised as a member of the Scourge. You control your character as normal, but you are a Scourge unit. You have a new array of abilities. Basically, the Scourge Invasion event from Wrath of the Lich King, but on Northrend, is the best way to think of it. You, as a Scourge player, anytime you die, you're re-raised back up in Ice Crown. You start up in Ice Crown. Anytime you die, you are resurrected in Ice Crown. Raised again. And your only prerogative at that point, once you're a Scourge, is to just turn other people into Scourge. So, if you've lost a character on Northrend, you can log into it at any point and go attack other people that are on Northrend and kill them, and then they become Scourge. So, the more and more people venture in Northrend, the more and more people are going to be turned into Scourge. Now, most people, they're going to, if they die and lose a character to Scourge, they might go around for a day or two and have some fun, or maybe log on occasionally, but you will have players who will dedicate their entire time. They will, from level 1, run up to Northrend, die, turn into a Scourge. Like, that's going to be their end game, really. So, you're going to have the threat of players and the threat of creatures. Now, when you get into an area like this, obviously, no Alliance encampments or anything like that, so you're not going to be seeing any of this. This will all be stripped right off the map here. And again, I'm keeping everything as default as possible while I package the map. Eventually, I'll redo it all for vanilla. But yeah, so like stuff like this, you will have different farmsteads that will be remade to be what they were. So like consider this scene right here. This necropolis, the Lich King is frozen in a glacier right now. This necropolis wouldn't be here. It's not going to be floating over this thing. There's no Alliance encampment up here because there's no Alliance expedition. What you have is farms that predate it. And what are these structures but the farms that predate it? So what I do is I take these assets then and I grab the Northrend not decrepit version of it and I replace the asset with the live version, not like the dead version, you know. You know the aesthetic, I mean. And all these buildings, they have like the whole part and the destroyed part. Like all this crap in the road that's a barricade for the Scourge. Obviously this wouldn't exist. You would have had the towers. This would have been cleaned up a bit to have the terrain fixed. I'd raise up the terrain a little bit around it. Lower it off, level it off. Bada bing, you got a tower. I'd replace this with the live version, rebuild these farms, burned out house, this would be swapped out for a real house. You know, obviously you've got your little crypt, your mausoleum, but because this would be a place that would have a little bit more refuge, because again, you're on the Outer Banks. The Scourge are predominantly focused in the areas where our Scourge controlled. So you have a lot of places that are teeming with undead again, especially once you move over into this area, this region. You're talking Azul Narub, you have the Winter Grasp area, but a ton of undead teaming up here, and then tons of them wandering through Dragonblight, blah blah blah. You know, all the way around through here. But what is this? This is Dragonblight. This would have been before Scourge really swept over the entire continent, because again, this is like some years after the Lich King has ascended to the throne, but not anywhere close to the time setting of Wrath of the Lich King events. So you can kind of see where the line delineates between where Icecrown would be and Dragonblight would have kind of shielded it off against it. Everything's changed to match vanilla lore, obviously, as stated. So when we go through and we consider all the prior structures that would have existed here and that still do exist here but in dilapidated state, there's so much to work with. There's so much to work with. So much material. So much material can be integrated directly into the map that's already existent. You know, these structures, when you see something burned down, it tells a story. And that's something that you don't really see in the game client because of fog and view distance, but especially in map editors like Nogget, there's so many things that you couldn't see in the game client, but you can see in Nogget. Like, all of these ships, they're so detailed by the artists who put them here originally, and there's so many little clues. Like, you'll see like a skeleton or a corpse or something like that, and you know, like a bottle in his hand or something like that, and like the ship's wheel is like detached over here or something like that, and it kind of tells like a little story that the artist hid. There's so much that you don't really see in the game client, and it's kind of unfortunate, but the stuff that you do see, it's meant to illustrate a long story, that this land is old and that you're part of it. So when you see dilapidated structures in Wrath of the Lich King 20 years post-vanilla, think about what they looked 20 years beforehand, and that can be made into reality, you know. And that's basically like what the game world is trying to reflect, is this period of time. Yeah, when you ask about like dungeons and raids, something like this will be a raid. Valgard, you know, you got places like this that are absolutely designed to be raids. Yeah, this is a cool building, but it's not a real full building. Obviously, this is just a little bit of lobby. You go into here, and there's a little portal, and blah, blah, blah. You go in, and that's it. So that stuff like that, that'll be a dungeon. Or that'll be a raid, you know? Stuff like that. But my focus, again, on Wallcraft, people ask, oh, is there going to be new dungeons and new raids? You, as a player, you need to ask yourself, do I really care about new dungeons and raids? I think most players, they just simply never ask themselves. They think new content because the treadmill has always been the same theme park MMO crap, and that's just what they're used to. They don't really know anything else. And I talk to so many WoW players, and they've never played any other MMO besides WoW. So in their mind, they think WoW is the right thing, but they've never understood any other concepts. And when you ask players, oh yeah, I'm adding this new content, their first question is, dungeons and raids. How many more treadmills are you adding? And I say, no, that's not the right idea. You don't need more treadmills. You have enough treadmills. The game has always been treadmills, unfortunately. Wrath of the Lich King, vanilla all the way up until Dragonflight has been nothing but treadmills. And it's an unfortunate aspect of MMO design that tries to keep players hooked and paying. And that's not my primary goal. I want to make an immersive game world. So you as a player need to ask yourself, if I was really excited to run new dungeons and new raids, why wouldn't I just play new expansions? Because that's all they are, is just basically new dungeons and new raids. When you boil it down, all the content outside of dungeons and raids is just leading up to that. So really that's the goal, the end game. It's accessible. You could run a dungeon or a raid within 5 minutes, basically, of logging in a Dragonflight. So, do you really care about new dungeons and raids? Most people, they want the novelty, but the novelty wears off right away. If I asked you to go run Nomergon 3 times in a row right now, for the next 3 hours, would you really be that excited? Could I actually get you to log in to do that? Most people would probably not. You know, a lot of people want to enjoy it and have fun and do it, so I'd put out a message and I would get, you know, a couple dozen people to show up maybe, but a lot of people wouldn't. A lot of people would say, no, I've run enough Nomer in my life, or even if it's a novelty run, or if it's a new dungeon that I add, I might run it once, I might run it twice, but the novelty wears off quick. Because there's so much repetition, and the goal of a dungeon in a raid isn't the dungeon in the raid, it's the loot. That's really what it boils down to. You know, it's firing up them dopamine receptors with getting you good stuff. The problem with World of Warcraft is that it's all structured to be in a progressed timeline format to keep you, again, as a player, continually playing and continually paying. Wallcraft doesn't need to be like that. On Wallcraft, within 20 minutes of logging in the game, you could, in theory, obtain full Tier 3. I'm not saying that will ever happen, but it's a possibility. You could literally be, within 5 minutes of playing the game, you could run from the human starting zone down to Duskwood border and find a full Tier 3 player who AFK'd out at Lupos and died. And dropped all his gear, and you pick it up. But then, on your way back, you die to a level 4 spider, and you lose it all. That's the name of the game, and by the time you pick it up, it's all broken, and it's going to cost 500 gold to repair. So it's like, oh, even if I have it, I basically can just sell it for money at that point. But that's the essence of sandbox MMOs, and I'm trying to introduce sandbox gameplay into World of Warcraft. Because Wallcraft is the eternal vanilla. It's not just 6 months of content progression until it rolls around to fresh. Wallcraft will launch, and it will be Wallcraft for 10 years. And if you've ever played games like OSRS, you know the ceiling and the sky is the limit on it. You know, sandbox MMOs in general. When I talk about what Northrend offers, you as a player will sail here in a ship that you made. And you will come here and you will set up your encampment with your survival skill, and you'll build a fire, and you'll chop some trees, you'll build a tent, you'll build a little bit of a perimeter with a fence, which provides line of sight so that mobs don't aggro you. It gives you a little bit of protection. And then you say, alright, hey Wall, and you message me and you say, hey Wall, we're building an outpost with my guild in Northrend. 10 of us have gotten together and we're going to build an outpost. And I say, okay, what do you want to build? And you say, oh yeah, well, we want to build a fence, a house, guild barracks, a blacksmith, and a lumber mill. And I say, okay, cool, this is going to require 700 rough stone, 200 dense stone, 400 mesquite wood, 600 rune cloth, and I'm going to give you a grocery list of materials and a time requirement and a goal. Typically a third aspect of it is a goal, and it will say defend this objective or this spot for 2 weeks without losing this base. And if you can accomplish that, I will, at next patch, add your structures directly into the map. And then suddenly, on next update comes rolling around, if you've completed the objectives and you've gathered the materials and you've spent the time to build it, I will add it to the map, and you will have that structure. That will be your town. That will be guarded against the forces of the undead and the Lich King and the Vrykul and all the other nasty shit around on Northrend. And that's your perimeter. And from that base, you could build a furnace and an alchemy table or an inscription table or any type of aspects. You could recruit guards from Kalimdor, Eastern Kingdoms, and you can go there and hire guards, and they will show up over time sailing on ships with transport crews, and when they get set down, they basically will spawn up in your town, and they'll defend your town against minor threats, but you have to pay them. So you're going to need money. You're going to need be crafting stuff and selling it in town. Earn that gold for mercenary services, or even better yet, go find more players. Recruit more players into your guild. You know, you find somebody that's going to need to stand keep, because what happens when a rival guild comes across your base and they want it? They can capture it, they can take it, they can slay you. They'll kill you and you'll be raised as a scourge. And then you're done. Oh boy. Yeah, you're done there. So there's threats, there's constant looming threats. And when I say a guard for your base, I'm not talking about some wussy level 55 Stormwind guard. I'm talking about an elite that will kill somebody one-on-one. And 3 of them will make sure that they need at least a 10-man group to come invade your base. You know? Stuff like that to make sure that you have defense, you have fortifications, that you're not just getting overrun by players and enemies. There's a lot of world building that can be done by players that I can facilitate, and that's something that is integral to the man-machine experience. And using the game engine itself and mediating the game engine with DM decisions, it expands the game so much, because then you can have things like politics have actual influence on the world. 7 guilds could band together and decide to destroy another guild and kick them out of an alliance. And if all the alliance guilds, save for 1, gathered together and said, we want to kick this guild out of the alliance, I would straight up remove their alliance faction flags. I'd say, no, the alliance voted and you got kicked out, so you have to get out of town, or the guards are going to kill you. So, I mean, if you manage to turn your entire faction against you, people who are traitors to factions, if I find a player, okay, let's say this scenario, if the guilds of the alliance, and again, guilds are pre-structured, anybody can create a guild, but there's going to be a structured format so that there's essentially like a council between all the guilds that can function within these world building elements. So let's say there's 10 alliance guilds that are part of the council, and you are found as a traitor to the alliance because you're aiding Horde. You're secretly telling Horde guilds when alliance guilds are going to go kill world bosses so that they can go wipe them and kill them for all their stuff. And you're a traitor. And they find out about it. Those 10 guilds, their elected council members, those 10 officials, can gather together and indict you as a traitor. And then they can have a official trial where you are held prisoner, your character is held captive in Stormwind Prison, and you're taken to trial. And if all 12 of those members of the jury find you guilty, the sentence for that is death. And I will straight up take your character and stick it in the gallows and permanently kill your character. Because death to traitors. And if the entirety of a faction rules on that and they judge that you're guilty and they sentence you to execution, I will facilitate that as the DM role. So it's something that you cannot obtain without an active element guiding the circumstance, but allowing players to have full control. And Blizzard will never provide this. They can't. The logistics of an industry or a corporation that's running this as a venture will never allow it. You just simply couldn't have it. You would have to restructure the entire game model around it, which is something I'm capable of, but a company won't do that. You know, you could have an MMO come out like this, where basically like there's 10 global servers and they hire a staff of 50 DM figures to basically handle the game like this, where you can extend an MMO experience far beyond what a machine can do. Because what computers are good at doing is automating things. An MMO is no different than any other pen and paper role-playing game. The difference is a computer can automate tasks asynchronously at such a rate that a human could never replicate. You know, I could have 1,000 people attacking a creature and doing 2 attacks a second and having 15 procs and 1,000 different variables all calculated in a millisecond. You know, 10 milliseconds and you can have 1,000 calculations as a computer. A human can't do that, but a computer can't even move a building around the map. A computer can't even send data for a transport spline for a ship. There's so many restrictions, and even if I added those to the client somehow, The client would have to be written explicitly to do X, Y, and Z, and then it's restricted to doing X, Y, and Z. It doesn't have any variance. Perhaps within 2 years or 3 years, AI will just be so advanced that you can just basically plug in a module and it will do all this at the same capacity as a human, where you can just have basically AI DMing the entire world to where you can have an actual, real, immersive experience. But I don't see that actually happening anytime soon. And by the time that that actually happens, I would estimate it's probably going to be realistically 5-10 years. Cool, 5 years of Wallcraft, boys, where I can do it even better than friggin' Alexa can. So, yeah, immersive player experiences that can only be built up in a world like this. So when people ask me, what's the new dungeon? I just say, the new dungeon is, for the next 3 years, I'm going to send assassins at you. And you're going to be fighting a rogue guild, and it's going to be an overarching 3-year quest line catered directly to you. Because my eyes are on you, and I'm watching you, and I can do that. And I'm going to have players fulfilling in-game roles that could never be implemented really within a closed system, like a machine. Player jobs. You're going to have players who have official office spaces in Stormwind and Orgrimmar, that if you want to buy a house in-game, you go to the office, the real estate office, and you'll sit down and you'll talk to a player, and the player will discuss all the available parcels of land that are currently on an Excel sheet, friggin' spreadsheet. And they'll direct you all over this in-game, sitting down at a table. And then you can choose the parcel of land that you want, and they'll give you the key, and you pay them the money, and they put the money in the coffer, and it's going to be an exchange where essentially you won't have to, ever worry about anything. It's going to kind of be automated in that regard, but you're going to have job systems that players can fulfill, and these players who opt to take these jobs will earn in-game gold at an hourly rate. Because I want a bunch of wages running the world. I don't want NPCs. I don't want NPC shopkeepers. I want to take all the NPC shopkeepers out and let players just run the shops. And if you want to go into Northrend and gather up a bunch of cobalt with your guild and craft them into swords and then sell them in your shop in town, you'll be able to. I already have 60 parcels of land in Stormwind alone that are ready for use as houses, shops, meeting places, clan halls, whatever. Buy the land. Friggin' 5k gold. Buy you a parcel of land. Cutler asks, will there be possibility to have X faction function in Northrend or parts of it? The overall plan is that Northrend is so hostile and dangerous that the Alliance and Horde aren't actively fighting each other, but war mode guilds can still attack you. Because war mode guilds are truly almost factionless at that point. They're their own faction, so they get to make their own rules. But players who are in Northrend and they are not part of war mode, they'll have to worry about other players. Anybody who's essentially not within a non-Alliance or Horde faction standing as their primary, Alliance and Horde players who are in primary standing with Alliance and Horde won't be able to attack each other openly. And that's simply because it's a Wild West out there, but Alliance and Horde have both recognized the absolute menace of the Lich King. So the threat of the Scourge is something that they both try and avoid due to past experiences. Both Alliance and Horde hate the Lich King so much they're willing to put temporary armistice. But again, players who are neither Alliance nor Horde, we're talking not just third factions, but players who are Syndicate, South Shore, Twilight Hammer, Shatter Skull, friggin' any of these third factions, they can attack you and you can attack them. So there will be a form of there's not ever going to be any cross-faction grouping, if that's what you're asking. Hey, can I group my paladin with the shaman at any point in Wallcraft? No. The answer will always be an eternal resounding no, outside of the dev test server, where cross-faction is enabled simply for testing purposes. Just because, obviously, getting everybody to roll a faction when running a dungeon is a pain in the ass in testing, so... Anywho. But yeah, there's temporary armistice agreements. That only applies to Northrend, not Outland. Outland is a formidable zone. Alliance and Horde are duking it out to ever-loving shit for the Outland. So if you want to fight Alliance versus Horde, go to Outland. If you want to fight Horde and Alliance versus fucking everything evil in the world, go to Northrend. If you want to just go fight and build your own empire, hang out in the main continents, don't go to Maelstrom. That's my suggestion. Don't go to Maelstrom. It's dangerous. We're talking about the Northrend dangers. Undermine, TBD. Not even going to talk about Undermine, because that's going to be probably the last section done. Maelstrom, though, I will say this. Maelstrom will be present in the physical world on the map. You're going to obviously be sailing around it in the middle section of the world map, as referenced earlier. Let me pull that back up. Obviously, you're going to be sailing around Maelstrom, getting to Kalimdor and Eastern Kingdoms with Undermine here, so you got to sail around the Maelstrom. Maelstrom's dangerous, to say the least. First off, Maelstrom, if you do not have basically the utmost endgame, Maelstrom is probably going to be the peak endgame, because that contains some fucking crazy shit. The Well of Eternity, the Tomb of Sargeras is around there. Yeah, some wacky stuff. Basically, you have to progress to the very end game content to even access the Maelstrom. If you, as a player, sail into the Maelstrom, you're trapped there forever. So, you can get into the Maelstrom, you're just probably going to die on your way in. And if you don't, you're stuck there, unless you're at the end game. So, definitely avoid the Maelstrom. You're going to have a lot of unfortunate players who will journey into the Maelstrom. But there will be, obviously, there's ways to get out. But the idea is essentially, if you go into the Maelstrom, don't expect to be coming back out for another year or two. You're living a new life in a new foreign world. Good luck down there. The Nagas are going to get you first, I'll tell you that. But the Maelstrom has so much lore that will be expanded upon. The Makura Naga hostilities that can be played against, and I'll just say this, the Makura, they're not that unfriendly. They're not that unfriendly. They really hate the Naga. I'm not saying they're nice guys, but they're sentient crab people, sentient lobster things, and they really don't like the Naga. And the Naga really don't like anyone, so you might have a little bit better time hanging out with the lobster people. Friggin' Larry the Lobster down there might have some wares to trade or something. I don't know. A lot of expansion on that. We're talking Maelstrom, though, is content 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I'll even say 3 to 4 years from now. I won't even say 2, because there's no chance I don't get sidetracked on a billion other things first. So, Maelstrom is later, but it will be in the open world. Obviously, it will be on the part of the map. I'm going to have to design that. Probably won't be fully implemented until live. Until then, it'll just be empty ocean with some crap in the middle to let you know. We're still doing QAs and stuff. I haven't even talked about any of this crap yet either. So I'm going to get into the ramble in 15 minutes. I really want a cigarette break first. I'm going to go for another 5 minutes, take a quick smoke break, and then we're going to go for another while. Anywho. Back over here. So you can see the map. There's so many really cool locations in the Northrend map that we're going to be seeing. Like this. I was sitting here, and just as a map developer, you sit here and you look at this and you're like, this is so cool, because this is like a Titan statue that's over in the southern areas of Northrend. We're in the southern tip, very far away from Oldwar. Some Titan statue, though, and this is an excavation that's currently undergoing. And you can see some of the structures and whatnot, the tents. This is all occupied in Wrath of the Lich King by people excavating this. If I recall, it's a bunch of dwarves or whatnot. I can rip that statue off the scaffolding, too. I can rip the statue right off the scaffolding and re-bury the statue. And basically just, you know, re-implant the statue. Oh, crap. Not like that. And basically rip the scaffolding off the statue and then stick the statue back in the friggin' soil. And then if players want to excavate it themselves, I'd say, yeah, here's supplies you're going to need, here's the time that you're going to need, you're going to need to secure the landing, you're going to need to set up base camp, you're going to need to get supplies over, you're going to need to bring supplies over on your ship. I don't mean just like, oh yeah, I teleport there, drop them off, 5 minutes, here's all 300,000. No, I'm talking, you're going to have to haul this material, and this lumber, and the stone, and all this stuff. You're going to have to bring this over on transport cargo ships, protect them ships from raiders and other players and pirates and kraken horrors from the deep that are just patrolling the deep waters and will absolutely drag you down to the depths. You have to get all this material here, assemble it as a group effort with your guild, and then you can begin an excavation on this. And who knows, after 2 months of doing all this, you know, as a guild, basically, every month during the council meeting, you get to declare your guild goals, and then I assign the objective, or you declare the objectives, then I assign the measures for meeting those criteria of the goals, and then you set off and do them. So if you, during the council, say, we want to excavate this ancient piece of history from the mountains of Northrend, I would say, okay, yeah, here's XYZ that you need. And if you accomplish this within a 2-month period, or once you accomplish this, your guild receives a permanent buff that's totally unique. You know, some sort of permanent, unique thing. Or you gain access to some sort of dungeon or crafting resource. Or, you know, the possibilities are endless, really. And it's all tailored towards the goal. For example, this statue, I would probably say, yeah, something to do with you gaining some sort of permanent bonus for uncovering all of this lore. And I would make you excavate this and then load it all up on a ship and transport it back to some museum. And then I'd stick it up in outside of Ironforge as a memorial to this excavation. And put a plaque there with your guild members' names and all that, everybody who participated in it, and then some sort of memorial thing. And because it would be, let's say your guild was the League of Explorers, you know, you are an official guild representing the League of Explorers, and you did that, then I would, yeah, put that up in Ironforge, and I would put a plaque there, and then anytime Alliance player clicked on the plaque, they would gain like an hour world buff. That would just, anytime anybody from the faction could go and click on that, and because your guild accomplished a feat of strength, your entire faction now benefits from it. So for the next 5 years, when people log in and they walk into Ironforge and they see this giant statue and they click on that plaque and they get you know, some sort of like 5% friggin' mana bonus for an hour or some crap like that, and they read all the members of the name, you know, everybody will know that it was you. Everybody will remember that, and they will every day be happy that you put in the time and effort to do something incredible. Alright, we're gonna go back to the questions. Junkyard says, is there a Discord link I can get? Junkyard, the best place to find the link is on my website. I'm gonna post this in the chat. Wallcraft.org. Wallcraft.org has a link to the Discord. Just you don't even actually need to register. Just mash whatever in the username and password. It doesn't actually verify anything. Yeah, just get past the login screen. Discord link's right there. I just don't like posting it openly because then you have spammers and shit. Denzo says there will be remnants of Arthas' expedition in Warcraft 3, though. No? Yes. Yes, there will be remnants of Arthas' expedition, of course. Again, this is not that long after the events of Warcraft 3. We're not talking about that long of a history away. All the central figures are still around and still kicking. You know, we're talking, you know, there's the timeline obviously is kind of retconned and skewed for vanilla WoW. It doesn't really fit into the entire framework because Blizzard is terrible at writing lore. They have a bunch of dumb baboons who create the stories. Everything that Chris Metzen didn't write is not canon and should not be taken seriously whatsoever. Just if we just establish that as the framework, then we can actually make sense of all this shit. And then it makes perfect sense, and it doesn't need any friggin' explanation. It's when you start getting all the Mary Sue crap. All the retconning. Oh, we traveled through time and just now we're here doing this. It's like, so lazy. But yeah, so Vanilla WoW and Wallcraft by proxy takes place, again, before the reopening of the Dark Portal. Right around that period of time, and in fact you will experience the initial stages of the opening of the Dark Portal during Wallcraft, so it's basically post-Nax timeline, or time frame. So yeah, you will see remnants of Warcraft 3 lore. Spork says, Viking Raider stepping on new land vibes. That's 100% what it is. These are wild, untamed lands, and you will be pillaging and plundering, and possibly dying and then being resurrected as a zombie. Cutler says, will there be possibility to have X-Faction function in Northrend or parts of it? No, there will never. I don't know if you've... I've already answered this. I don't know if you've asked it a second time. No, there will... At no point in Wallcraft will Alliance ever be able to group with Horde. Ever. You will never be able to get Wind Fury as a Paladin. Shamans will never ever be able to get Seal of Command. It's just... The vanilla... Any server that offers cross-faction and isn't a Warsong Gulch Twink server is inherently not World of Warcraft. It's spitting in the face of World of Warcraft. I know players like it because it's convenient, and Turtle WoW has it, and we get to ride on a rainbow cloud together holding hands with orcs and gnomes. That's not WoW. Like, that's totally non-canon. It's fan fiction. Especially for vanilla. Later expansions, oh... Dragonflight, Shadowlands, like, who cares at that point? But vanilla WoW, the identity of factions in vanilla WoW is so important to the narrative of the game that will never be forsaken. It's just to the simple point, you will never ever be able to group between Alliance and Horde. They're always at war. Neutrality is only assumed. Again, it's not official. I'm not saying that you can't explicitly attack Alliance or Horde members. If you're a Night Elf in Northrend, you can absolutely attack any orc that you go by. Just be aware that due to the extenuating systems of Wallcraft, the interpolitics of it, you might lose your spot in the Alliance if you're being hostile to Horde, because the overall councils of the Alliance and Horde don't want hostilities between the factions. So we're working with a lot greater of a framework than really players are familiar with. It will take a while to fully understand it for some people, but once you familiarize yourself, or if you've really ever played any type of pen and paper RPG, D&D, Baldur's Gate even, any game with more immersive aspects of role-playing. And again, when people hear role-playing, they hear role-playing, and especially WoW players, they think role-playing means standing around in Goldshire dancing half-naked. That's not role-playing. That's profane, and that's disrespectful to the game. That's disrespectful to the game and the framework and the story. You don't, and in jest or in tongue-in-cheek, that's one thing, but people who imagine role-playing to be standing around making up stories, no, that's not what role-playing is supposed to be, and I'm very sorry that you've had to do that. But that's not Wallcraft. You don't need to stand around playing pretend tea party time in Goldshire. Oh, we're this epic guild of gnomes, and here's our backstory, and this is my character story. No, 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 no. You won't have any of that on Wallcraft. If you choose to do that on Wallcraft, I would suggest that you just do that somewhere else, because you don't need to do that on Wallcraft. You can actually do that on Wallcraft. You don't need to play pretend here. If you want to be an epic guild of gnomish explorers, you can be an epic guild of gnomish explorers. I'll add a new map for you to explore, and just for your guild to explore. I don't care. I'll add a 980T dungeon map that's full of treacherous crap for you to unearth. Just for fun. Why not? And then if you explore and you solve the mystery, then everybody else can go there. Instead of pretending to live your fantasies, why not live them? I'll make them real. It's not hard. It just takes time and effort, and I have absolutely the desire to put the time and effort into making these things a reality. So, no problem. But, yeah, going back to it, Wallcraft is cemented in the framework of World of Warcraft, and I don't profane the lore, the narrative, the story, or the framework. So things like cross-faction will just never be a thing. Just because that's not World of Warcraft then. You know, Alliance versus Sword is the identity of especially vanilla. I'm not saying cross-faction's a terrible thing. It doesn't have a place in vanilla. The alpha is currently cross-faction. You can go group up with Alliance and Horde and do all the shit. And that's, again, it's like there's a purpose for that. It's for testing and facilitating better group activities for the monthly tournaments and stuff like that. But yeah, in the actual game world, no, I want the rivalries to increase. I want the Alliance to be at war with the Horde even further. But at the same time, I want there to be a level of diplomacy, because we're in the transitory period of time where post-Encourage, post-war effort of Encourage, the Alliance and Horde established diplomatic relations, and it's because the entire world was basically united against the threat of an old god, so they didn't have any other options. They had no other choices. They had to work together. And those diplomatic ties weren't totally severed after the events either. We can see that evidenced with events surrounding Naxxramas. And although Alliance and Horde were attacking each other in the Plague Lands and whatnot during the process of attunement and gearing and whatnot, the diplomacy still sort of stands. And then when you get into TBC, you see that extended into Shattrath. And although the hostilities at the Dark Portal are lax until the moment that you step outside of Guard's range, Shattrath is a really good example of a shared understanding of neutrality, although the neutrality isn't always shared. They at least have understanding of it. So, to extend on that further, again, for like Northrend, in order to get to Northrend, it's going to take a lot of supplies and materials. This isn't just 20 minutes of sailing over the water in your raft. You're going to have to brave some weather, some storms. You're going to need encampments that you can set up that can survive the weather. You're going to need a lot of materials and supplies. Most of them can be obtained here, but you're definitely going to need to show up with some supplies. Otherwise, you're going to freeze and starve to death immediately. So, you're going to definitely need the backing of your factions. If not, you're going to be on your own, which, again, it's not like it's impossible to get here and set up a base camp and all that stuff by yourself, but as a third faction, you're definitely going to have a harder time because you don't have multiple guilds who are working together to accomplish this. You're going to see Alliance and Horde build up their expeditionary bases, which brings me back to, again, another point, or one of my last points here. Yeah, look at that. That's cool. Brings me back up to one of the last points, or one of the latter points. The expeditionary forces of the Alliance and Horde, like these, obviously they don't exist yet, but they can be built. So I'm going to rip them off the map, and then when Alliance and Horde decide to get the ball rolling, they can start committing resources and supplies, and I'll build these up slowly over time, over the years. So you will have the bases, and you will have outposts and places that you can operate out of. There's going to be so many different extensions to the world that you can add, but again, diplomacy, inter-guild diplomacy within your faction is going to be vital. Because if your guild is in bad standing with the other guilds, they can... Again, you're united under a faction for that purpose, that there's no real politic controlling it. basically, as an Alliance and Horde member, you can't be kicked out of the Alliance and Horde unless every other guild votes you out. And then you can be ejected. And that's usually reserved for people who are just absolute problems for the faction. You know, to get a unanimous vote is basically impossible otherwise. But yeah, to like join third factions and stuff, you're going to be united under causes, and you might not have as big of a backing. You might even be like a Chandrilar exploratory ship, and the Chandrilar forces are pretty small, very insignificant comparatively, so you're not going to have as much of a capital backing, or as much of a resource backing. You won't be able to establish easy bases like a Chandrilar base. It's going to be a treehouse, man. You're looking at a treehouse. Not gonna have nothing super fancy. But yeah, stuff like this. Yeah, you could definitely build this up over time, you know, as a player. Easily. Not gonna have the docks, not gonna have the lighthouse, not the structures, nothing like that, but what happens when you start, you know, bringing the boys in and getting all this stuff established, you build lumber camps, you start chopping all this wood. Just wait till I have, again, survival, when it introduced people like the woodcutting and the raft stuff, but I said this is just scratching the surface of what it will be. This is just like the prototype version. The lumber camps and the lumber mills in-game are going to be functional, and you're going to take the wood there and you're going to chop it up, and you're going to use it with your woodworking skill to like craft buildings and docks and doors and fences and stuff like that. And basically, all of those things you pre-craft, and then I can add them, basically, to the map. Very easily. So, it takes time, and again, it's not like, oh, I build this fence, and within 5 minutes, and then I click it, and it's set up. No, it's going to be, oh, okay, I built this fence, it took me an hour, and then it's going to take a while to set up, and then, basically, I have to patch it in, obviously, so I'm going to try and do it monthly, and that's plenty of time frame for people to work on their goals. So, to get stuff updated and set objectives. Anywho, I'm rolling past time. I still haven't gone into any of the deep dive. I'm answering questions. I'm going to have to cut this off. I'm continuing the stream, obviously, for another hour or two while I discuss the actual work on this, but I really want to get into the actual work discussion and not just future plans and stuff for the server. We've talked a lot about, you know, upcoming stuff, but let's get into let's pop the hood and let's see what's under there. First, before I do that though, I desperately need a cigarette and some water, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Alright, we have returned. Get all situated here. Now, I'm going to read over these last few comments and questions, but we're done reading chat. We're going to just start deep diving, so I'm going to be rambling for a while. If at any point you have a question, save it till the end. And the end is not near, so... Pyramid Head asks, is your goal to destroy Alex Sensual's life? He will probably destroy his life over Wallcraft, we can see. I think it's... I don't know, I think he's too much of a fresh baby. I think Alex Sensual chases fresh and doesn't understand potential. To him, a good project is Light Taupe Repack 15. But, if he were to play Wallcraft for more than a picosecond, yes, it would destroy his life. He would never do anything else. He would probably starve to death because the intense action. No, I have no idea. Let's see. Denzo wants to become a Blackrock orc. Yes, you can. He says this song is dope. It is from Buckethead. It is called Dryness of the Earth. Alright. Now we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. So, where we left off last month on the lesson plan, we were fixing that stupid water. Problem is, Nugget wasn't working. Big problem with Nugget, and I'm going to hate myself for doing this. Big problem with Nugget is that the experimental build that I was using doesn't export water layers. So essentially, when there is an ADT grid with multiple levels of water within the same grid, it causes Nugget to fail on export. They can't save the tile properly. And what this further does is break VMaps. If you remember this little funky section of wetlands, if you've ever journeyed past it on the old Wallcraft maps, there was a little bump here. It's because if you had looked under the terrain, there was an overlap of water right in these two sections. In fact, I think it still exists here because it's a default map. Yep, you can see it right here. This red square, this grid, this giant green section is an ADT tile. It has 16 by 16 rows of these grids, and if there was multiple layers of water in one grid, it would break. There's two spots in Eastern Kingdoms, this spot and a spot in Ashara, that have this. So I was able to get the map exported after an insane amount of work trying to get that corrected. But then the problem was Kalimdor. Kalimdor has a ton of waterfalls. Unlike Eastern Kingdoms, it's just got a ton of waterfalls. There's a ton of water on multiple tiles that are at different layers, like 80 different ones. So it was breaking the entire map. I couldn't export anything. So this is a month ago here. Didn't have the tools to work on the maps whatsoever. This was before I added any of the water stuff, before I did Northrend, anything. So I'm just trying to get Nugget to work. Luckily, Spartan has been working on a fork that's updated with Nugget and has better support for vanilla functions. But it never worked. There was problems with it. Nobody ever tested it really explicitly. There were some issues with it, though. Luckily, I asked him about it, and I took the old Wallcraft maps, all the stuff that I had done previously. I loaded it up into his version, and I managed to get it all working, but it still wasn't exporting. There were some issues with exporting any deep water tiles, and anything that you exported with that version of Nugget, this version of Nugget is the updated version, but anything that you had exported with it would just get broken. The entire data structure would get broken for the tile and corrupted. So, luckily, Spartan was able to take a look at it, and we were able to troubleshoot and get it all fixed. I was basically writing the one chunk, like 8 bits short, so throwing all the data off. Managed to get that fixed. So we had the tools then to actually edit the map. So what I did was I went back through and I fixed that little chunk of water in Stranglethorn Vale that was giving me some trouble. And I went back through and I corrected all the old tiles that I had done. And I was so afraid, so terrified, that I was going to have to scrap everything. And if you see right now, this is the old dwarven housing area before I actually added anything. It's because I'm not working with the Wallcraft maps right now, I'm just working with default maps. I was so afraid, though, that I would have to scrap all of my changes. And I was prepared to scrap everything except for the Night Elf player housing area. I worked so hard on that, and if I had to redo all of that because the tools that I were using weren't working correctly back then and corrupted the maps, like a year later, the map was corrupted but just suddenly became a problem, I would have cried. I really would have cried because I put in so much work on that Night Elf area. I should load it up too, so we can check it. I don't have all the maps set up right now for it though. But luckily I managed to go through and I managed to fix all the tiles. But that got me thinking. It got me started thinking, well, I want sailing, but obviously the default world map, the ocean, this is like the biggest ocean part in Eastern Kingdoms, and it's still tiny. Like, it's still tiny. It's not enough. It's definitely not enough ocean. You know, look at this. This is all the ocean that we're working with here. This is pathetic. This is the extent of the coast right here. It's one tile. A player can literally, like I said, a player can literally from here, with water walking, run all the way to the edge of the map. It's nothing. So I realized I gotta do better. And I started looking in Nugget. I'm like, how can I extend it, and how far can I realistically extend it? I'm like, well, I can add tiles and I'll make it square and it'll be nice. But how far can I go? Well, it goes from 0 to 63. I know it says 68, but it's 63. So there's 64 by 64. And due to the fact that the data for WDL is actually written in row 0, and the first column 0, whatever, you can't use those. So you have 63 by 63 tiles to work with. And just because the fact is you don't want a buffer on one side and not the other, we end up rounding it off. So we have 62 by 62 tiles to work with safely and comfortably, which is effectively the max map size that you can do. Just to be proportional. So 62 by 62 tiles. That is 3,844 of these green tiles per map. And there's 6 maps. So you do the math. $23,000 ADTs in total on the world. And that's not counting instances. Instances, we can also chalk that up to, in total, combined, like another 7,000, whatever. Nah, not even. We'll just say 25,000. We'll say 25,000 to be a general estimate. So 25,000 ADTs in total. And again, an ADT is 16 by 16. That's 256. So 23,000 times 256. It's about 6 million, of course. Of course it is. It's about 6 million grids. Now, each of these grids contains area data, and the data is painted directly onto the tile. So, if we look, we can see we're in an unknown location right now. We're in Westfall right now. So, this is Westfall, the Great Sea. If you look on the map, we're kind of like near Westfall here. A little bit north. Edge of Stormwind. And then once you get further up north, this is undefined area. Well, I'm sitting there thinking, okay, well, how do I go about doing this? How do I extend the world map? Well, the first thing you have to do is you have to load up a tool called Reuse Zone Masher. And if you recall from the screenshot earlier of all those colored tiles, that would be Reuse Zone Masher. We load this up, and we can import all of the data from any of our maps. In fact, we'll take a look here at our maps folder. Just load in Northrend, and this is the entire block of Northrend tile data, which we can see on the map. This is the default Northrend block of data, and this tool allows you to basically take tiles and insert them anywhere that you want into the world map. So we add one tile, we can take this single tile and we can put it anywhere within the allowable 64 by 64, which again 62 by 62 working grid that we'd want. And it also automatically fixes the offsets, creates a WDT, and you can set specific offsets for terrain or WMOs, along with naming the map. Now this tool is very reliable, it works very well. I've never personally had it fail, and it does a very good job at fixing offsets and creates WDT. Very big component. Reuse Zone Masher. So, loading up the standard Northrend maps. In fact, let's see, I think I've got a map folder here. Can't see nothing. Yeah, Wallcraft maps. Okay, cool, so I do have Wallcraft maps. Load in. That's a Wallcraft map. You saw how big Northrend was previously? This is Azeroth in Wallcraft. Eastern Kingdoms. And these aren't to scale either. You can see that this extends all the way up here. Which, I could load in pictures here, just for convenience sake. Because I don't have it all set up to be edited right now. So you can see just how much the map extends. And this isn't even the full screenshot either. This is a trimmed. It should be 62 by 62. So it gets cropped a little bit. Even bigger. You can see it right here. How big it really is. So, referencing that screenshot from earlier. Basically, we took the patches from the vanilla client and we extracted them for all the default maps. And then what I did was I took tiles that were deep sea on the default maps, like one I think I took right here, 2623. Didn't want to get the exact corner, but we'll take a look at it right now real quick so you can see what it looks like. Deep sea tile. Some of them have a little bit bumpy terrain, like you can kind of see the terrain texture. We want one that's totally flat. And there's like 5 totally flat tiles. Yeah, you can see where they're ripping continents off. So yeah, this one has an elevated z-axis. We want one that's as flat as possible. And we can see texturing. We can see stuff. So we would go for like a tile like right here. One that's just totally flat. Has no texture, no raise, no bump. We would take this and import it into Reuse Zone Masher. And we would do this on a blank slate. I would show you how it's done. So we import one, and then we import another, and another. We'll make a line of them. If they're red, that means they're overlapped. They can't be overlapped. But these don't matter, because we're just pretending that these are a flat water tile. What I would do is I would extract one flat water tile, and I would import it 6 times in a row and form a line. And then I would mash this and save it. So this would be like a map that's basically 6 tiles in a row. And then I would take this and I would import it and I would layer 6 more on top, and then I would have a square. And I would save 8 different folders of various shapes. And then using those shapes, I could basically fill in the map. because there's jagged edges and you have to be exactly precise. So that means I need shapes of a single cell, I need 3 across, I need a 3x3 block that's square, I want one that's 62 wide by 10 high, because that's going to cover this entire top section, as you see. And everything else needs to be layered in precisely. So this takes a while. And just to mash it takes like an hour just to generate the map, because you have so many chunks that have to be pieced back together properly. It takes the software a very long time to do. Yeah, 45 minutes just to mash this into this brilliant beauty. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually just pop open the... Actually, I can't do the live patch. What do I have here? I got a fake 9, don't I? Oh no, that's because I have yeah. So okay, I'm not going to be able to check it in Nogget right now because I don't have the maps loaded in for Nogget, but I could load them in. Screw it, I'll load them in. We're just going to load in... We'll load in Azeroth. Make sure I got drive space. Drive space has been such an issue. I have to constantly shuffle data around. I'll extract all the client folders. It'll be 10 gigabytes, and then I've got 2 gigabytes left, and I have to delete a bunch of shit. And I can clear up to 70 gigs, like max, but that'll fill up within 20 minutes. And then I just have to keep reshuffling data. I store it all on my server, but then transfer times, it's like... And it's just because it's not a single file that's 12 gigabytes, it's 170,000 files that total 12 gigabytes, and trying to transfer them takes like friggin' half an hour, man. It's insane. Yeah, where are we? Nogget World. I have to fix my UIDs because we're going to browsing this. So that's our UID list that identifies unique map objects. Because we loaded in that one previously, we're going to load this over again. Maps. Gotta paste Azeroth in here so we can edit Azeroth. Oh, crap, this actually won't even work, I think. This should work. I was gonna say this might not work right now. Just because this map is formatted for vanilla, the editor has to have it for Wrath of the Lich King, but no, this should work. Yep, there it is. You can see exponentially how it's grown. You know, this was basically, this had one tile gap. Right here. Or right here, or wherever. Yeah, right here. So you had like one tile gap, so this is like how far the map would go out, basically. And if you notice something special here, not only is this grid absolutely humongous, you've got a few other little places down here, don't you? Some places that were, again, where's that world map? Cut from the map in the early alpha. Now, again, I know people have messed around with this, but I know for an absolute fact that no version of Nogget was working for deep sea tiles before we got it fixed. So I know for a fact that whoever was using this map previously, there is no chance that this was imported correctly up until now. I'm just going to get max UID. I don't feel like running the full fix. It's cancer to do it, and I have to do it 800 times a day. It takes forever. Just remember, all the stuff that you're watching and seeing in this video, I have to repeat several hundred times a day. Over and over, in different combinations, with different sets of files. If you look at my desktop, I have 500,000 files, and only 100,000 of them are unique. They're all copies of various formats and converted versions, and they all have to be thrown into a giant cauldron and mixed together It's straight alchemy. It's straight up as alchemy. I'm converting several different client versions down into like a layer, and then layering it on top of 18 other layers, and then layering something else over it, and it just synthesizes into something that actually works. Miraculously. Anywho. Gilligan's Island, boys. Gilligan's Island. Oh, what the hell is this? Well, it's because I didn't do the full extract. Dirt. Or was it because of my WDL? It actually might not even work. I might have to reload the patch from the other day. Nope, there we go. Those boys. Oh, I'm a dummy. Since I'm running 2 versions in Nugget. Yeah, close one of them out. Look at this. This is the original cut alpha content. The islands of Gilligan's Isle and the Isle of Dr. Lapidus. I still have to retexture and redo some of this stuff. I'm still re-adding assets. I'm working on fixing the terrain. I cannot even begin to describe how painful this process to make this work in vanilla. I know for an absolute fact that this has never been implemented in vanilla, at least properly. This is the original beta map file generated from WDL and terrain data. We even got a map gap, a terrain gap here. Now, this is the original island. The original island was ripped out of a map from an editor map, which existed right in this exact spot, but it was basically ripped out of the map, and then the map for the continent was reformed around it. So, when you drop this sucker in, it don't exactly line up to where it used to. The terrain offset is like 5 feet higher than what it should be, so there's a big terrain gap that I had to fix myself. And of course the sea and the terrain around it was just a sheer cliff basically, so I had to take some creative liberties on how to basically connect all of this with the rest of the world. And I didn't want it to be I didn't want it to be garbage. I didn't want it to be a generic beach strip that connects it, or some stupid drop-off cliff. So I went pretty all-out balls to the wall with the Abyssal Plain. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is master craftsmanship. This is an undersea, underwater mountain range consisting of jagged, hostile spikes that surround the very dangerous Isle of Dr. Lapidus and Gilligan's Isle, where the original crew of the Minnow was shipwrecked, and where the nefarious Dr. Lapidus resides. The Abyssal, and you can even see the map data here. Gilligan's Isle, Stranglethorn Vale, Great Sea. All of the map data and all of the terrain data is meticulously hand-painted by me. I could have opted for loading select map chunks with pre-generated terrain flags in Ryu's Zone Masher, but then I realized that'd be the bitch move, and that I don't want to be the bitch, because I'm Wall, and I want to make Wallcraft the right way. So what I did was, you remember that number from earlier in that calculator? What was that? 3844 times 256. Oop, no, that ain't right. 44 times... Was it times 256? Yeah. 984,000 times 6. Each of these map sections is 1,000,000 tiles. 1,000,000 grids. When I'm painting this terrain, I'm not going to save it so I can edit this. When I'm painting this terrain, each one of these grid sections, to 256 per tile, can be hand painted meticulously, and I did so. I spent 4 days straight painting fucking tiles. Just an insane waste of time, honestly. But you know what? It's me suffering for my art, so I really have no regrets. I just look back and I think, oh shit, I actually missed a spot. This is probably the one spot I missed too. That's actually hilarious. I scanned this entire map, but I probably missed this one. Oh, no, never mind. It's because I'm editing old maps. Yeah, this isn't fully painted, that's why. You can still see the land strip here. Oh, this shouldn't exist. This is an old version of the map. But yeah, 6 million fucking tiles. And I can't say 6 million, I would say 2 million, because the continent, which is like a fifth of the landmass, really. I didn't have to paint any of that. But all the sea tiles, all of the sea tiles, basically anything outside of this box, hand painted. And the way I would do that is I would, and I'll talk about the layout of the map a little bit greater detail, but the way I would do it is I'd position myself to be precisely according to the bottom row with the margin in a directly straight line. You want to basically hug the line at the bottom with the margin of the toolbar so that we are directly left and right. We don't want any variance when we're traveling, and we need to be at precisely a 45-degree angle, otherwise we will veer by 1 pixel, and it's terrible. Of course, it takes forever to line this up perfectly, but you want to, yeah, there you go. We would line this up perfectly, and I would, and again, this is the joy of it. You want to go as fast as you can, but it doesn't matter what speed you go, it leaves gaps. So I had to paint everything twice over. And not just twice over, because again, it's just like a random gap in the tile, basically. So if we're painting, you'll see, as I'm doing lines, it just skips random ones. That's not avoidable. So basically, I would have to paint it over, and over, and over. And to do a single continent took me 2 days. To do the other continent took me another 2 days. It was a lot of painting, a lot of tiles, but it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. I'll save this. Everything is lined up perfectly. You have, let me talk about the map structure and basically the layout. So for the Eastern Kingdoms, you can see on the world map, we have the Great Sea, which exists in the middle between the two continents and is host to the other map tile section, the Maelstrom map area, but also exists within the Eastern Kingdoms and Kalimdor. And then off the east coast of Eastern Kingdoms, you have the Forbidding Sea. Off the west coast of Kalimdor, you have the Veiled Sea, and then these two connect in a zone known as the Uncharted Sea, a big vast body of water on the other side of the Earth, with no landmass in there, or at least no major landmasses. And then you have Northrend up here. Northrend exists between the two continents. You have what's known as the North Sea existing north of this parallel, but then once you move in the southern bay of Northrend in this area, you have what's known as the Frozen Sea, and this is a perpetually frozen sea full of glaciers and icebergs and all sorts of crazy, frozen, lifeless, chilling weather, storms. Very, very rough to traverse. That's why these maps would have keys like this painted on, so you'd know, oh, it's choppy water, dangerous area, etc. So you have the Frozen Sea right directly south of Northrend. And then you have, obviously, the North Sea, which borders that. So if we were to dissect this map, we can basically say everything north of this parallel that I'm drawing is the North Sea. In fact, why am I even trying to verbally explain it? I already drew it out. We'll take a look here. So everything north of this parallel is the North Sea. You can see this box is the delineation for the continent. And not just this line, it extends out to here. So this is like the square box of Eastern Kingdoms and the square box of Kalimdor. The reason that this line extends over is because the frozen sea is shared between these two, and Maelstrom map is, in technicality, smaller. Now, it's still 62 by 62 tiles. Every map is exactly 62 by 62. But in terms of world space, the Maelstrom map is slightly smaller. And that's just simply because of the bordering territories of the sea and the way that they overlap. Now, this is a working rough model. This is also how the map is charted out in terms of area flagging. So, the reason that I did this was, instead of just having 4 borders which you can sail to, north, south, east, west, I decided to go for an 8-point vector. And that is the 4 edges and the 4 corners. So if you are traveling directly north, again, if you're traveling directly north, you'll come out on the north end of Kalimdor, as shown in the diagram. So traveling directly north from the Eastern Kingdoms brings you over Northrend onto the north end of Kalimdor. Traveling east out from Eastern Kingdoms wraps you around. Traveling south brings you to the southern end of Kalimdor, obviously. Now, traveling diagonally, you can go obviously to west and east past the Maelstrom. But traveling diagonally takes you directly into the diagonal adjacent tiles, and that's why there's this overlap. This overlap is essentially a zoning buffer on the corners of the map. And the zoning buffer only exists at the outer perimeter, but the seas themselves, the frozen sea, begins at the corner and extends up into the portions of Northrend. Now, obviously, because the North Sea is traversed instantly while sailing through, you only have the buffer really in the Northrend section, the Maelstrom section, and the other 2 continents, basically the bordering tiles outside of the northernmost one, because that's just a wrap. And that's essentially how it would work, geometrically speaking. And you can kind of see from the visual diagram how that lines up. So, anywho. So, we finally got Nugget working. We got Reuse Zone Masher working. We had to layer all of these tiles intricately on top of each other. We mashed them down successfully. And then we had to fix VMaps, because the VMap assembler isn't equipped to deal with all of this new deep water space. It doesn't really handle it correctly. That's another story if you want to go check on that. I'm not going to ramble into the depths of the fixes. You can go see that on the GitHub. Basically, when I run my VMaps, though, it will calculate fatigue zones differently for the purposes of Wallcraft. And it can calculate Wrath of the Lich King formats for that, too. So, it's very useful in terms of VMap assembler and extractor. But the VMap corrections were done, so we were able to generate the maps, and that means we were able to go into the game world. That's something very excited to be doing. Hold on 1 second. Was this edited? I just want to make sure I have the most recent copies. I'm working on so much crap. I got so much crap open still. Maps. I don't know what this one is. Oh, Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, you can see when I painted them too. It's a 3-day period. That's the last time I actually had to touch these. Wallcraft maps. What is this? 22. This is when I extracted it. Okay, yeah, so this has got to be up to date. I must have just missed that section then. I really got to go back and paint that. I got to touch that up later, though. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Anyways, continuing on. So I finished the Eastern Kingdoms and the Kalimdor map. That took me like friggin' week and a half of work, and I was hoping to have that done and then the sailing update and all that shenanigans all set, or at least the prototypes already, so I could have the patch launched by the end of the month. So players could sail around and whatnot. But that didn't happen. I got sidetracked, and of course, we know what I got sidetracked on. Was this son of a bitch. Northrend. So, where do we begin? Alright. It started out as me wanting to fill out the game world. And I realized once I had gotten these two maps down, originally the intention was for these to just be bordering each other. It would have been Eastern Kingdoms on one side, Kalimdor on the other. They connect, it's two map tiles side by side. It's about as big as I could get them. Originally I had actually planned to move both continents onto a single map. But the challenges involved with that, basically every teleport, every scripted NPC path, everything in the game then needs to get moved in the database because the land is suddenly not there. Which, if you've been to GM Island in the past month, you've probably noticed, hey, the vendors are gone. Why is that? Well, if you sail 533 feet southwest, you'll notice that they're currently swimming. It's because GM Island, due to the fact that I had to leave a border for the full map edit, and GM Island is directly in the corner, I had to literally rip GM Island off the map and transport it a tile southeast. So, in doing so, all the vendors, you'll notice, have gone for a little swim, because they're still here, while the land is over here now. So, GM Island's temporarily disabled until I release this patch, because again, the land has moved, and the vendors are updated for... The vendors are swimming southeast because the patch that you have as a player isn't updated yet, so the land is still northwest, but the vendors are already moved. Which I was hoping not to have to reboot the server, but it had already been a month at that point, and I had a power outage. Anywho, so I originally planned for the two maps to be bordering each other and just side by side, and the problem arose of how do I handle the Maelstrom? Would the Maelstrom just be like a big section of this map, and it would just exist right here on one half and right here on the other, and that it would have like a loading line directly in the middle? I thought, that's stupid. Like, it's just dumb. I'm gonna have half of the Maelstrom floating off in the void, or like, you can't even get close to it. Like, that's stupid. So I thought, okay, well, the only real way to do it is to add a map section in the middle. The Maelstrom exists. And I thought, like, okay, well, if I'm adding 3 maps, you know, side by side by side, like, how does that work then? Is players are just going to sail left and right, and there's just, like, the open sea in the middle? I thought, okay, well, that's really cool, actually. Having like this big open sea map in the middle with maybe like some scattered islands and whatnot. And I thought, well, that'd be really wild. But I thought, you know what? What does the original map look like? What was the oldest map that I could find? And the oldest map that I could find, obviously, is... What is it? It's this. This was the oldest complete world map that I could find. This was an early alpha development, 2003 or 2004. This was on a whiteboard in the Blizzard staff room for World of Warcraft developers. And you can see it's got like Kul Tiras and the Tomb of Sargeras. Bunch of wild stuff. I thought, okay, well, it would have a 3-grid map. You'd have Kalimdor, you'd have Maelstrom, and then you have Eastern Kingdoms, but they have Northrend in vanilla. It's not like Northrend magically appeared out of the sea after the Dark Portal was reopened. Northrend exists. It's always existed. Just, we didn't go there until the 3rd expansion, because that's just how it was. I thought, what can I do to make this a reality? And my original thoughts on it was making Northrend myself from scratch. I thought this would be a really cool artistic endeavor. Maybe I could just even take the terrain of the Northrend map and just slap the terrain down, and then add stuff after. But when I was going through the Northrend map in Nogget, I realized how detailed Northrend is, and how long it would take to recreate this myself, or at least make something as comprehensive as this. Like, the amount of detail and stylings on all this, it's insane. It really is. As with all maps, the vanillas especially, vanilla has just as much detail, if not more. See all the shores. All these white boxes, they're all models. You can see that there's friggin' 60 models crammed into each of these little spots, all the seaweed and whatnot. It's all animated. All the little seashells, the starfish, all this stuff. The only thing that's not really detailed, though, is the ocean floor, and that's because if you touch the ocean floor, you get teleported. Normally. Not on Wallcraft, but normally. So I thought, you know what, if I'm going to do Northrend, I want to do it right, but I know it's not going to work. Nobody's ever been able to backport Northrend into vanilla. Like, it's never worked. Way too many bugs and errors and crashes. It's not just drag and drop and fix 5 problems, it's fix thousands of problems. It would take thousands of man-hours to do. I thought, okay, well, that's the job for me. So, I set off. And where I started with the Northrend vanilla, or I'm sorry, the Northrend alpha client, Wrath of the Lich King alpha client, with the Northrend maps and the assets from that, but it's like half completed. Only the southern parts are completed. They're like not all the way detailed. Most of the WMOs don't have textures. A lot of stuff's broken. Like, it looked cool, but it looked a lot like the Alpha Outlands, just unfinished. Like Alpha Outlands compared to TBC Outlands, that's how it felt. So I thought, okay, well, what can I do to import the original vanilla, or original Wrath of the Lich King, like, live version? And I just thought, well, that's probably not going to work, you know. Way too many issues here. So, I planned, and I planned, and I planned for a little while. And I started messing around with some of the assets. Seeing what I could backport from the Wrath Alpha client into vanilla. And with a little bit of elbow grease, a little bit of work, a little bit of perseverance, we were able to get maybe 50 models working right away without any issue. And we were able to get the terrain working pretty quickly because we had fixed the Nogget. And I didn't have any of these scripts at this point, so I couldn't fix anything in 010 or mass convert stuff. So I just started saying, okay, well, how do I make this go quicker? How do I speed this process up? Because we've got a lot to do. And if we want to get the entirety of it backported, we're going to have to update our tool set. And that's really was the first step, was updating the tool sets. And the biggest thing is the converter batch script, along with the updated file extension version. Allows me to mass convert stuff. And this is a special batch script that can basically parse the entire file structure and output with the same file structure. So I can extract everything from the client patch, and it will retain its file structure, and then I can run it through the converter and then repack it into an MPQ. And I don't have to mess with anything, I don't have to fuss with anything, I just create a brand new MPQ using the file structure. And that saves me so much time from having to manually import these, because again, I have generated terabytes of data over the past month. I've created maybe 200 client patches while working on this shit, probably more, probably 300. So creating those patches efficiently is priority. Trying to manually import the files, unacceptable. Luckily, Britannia hooked me up with an older version of Lodix MPQ editor as well that can mass import files. The newer version can only import like 600 at a time before it fails. The older version can import unlimited, though it does so slower, it's a lot less clicking, a lot more straightforward for me. So, updated our tool set a little bit, and then we got started, went to work on it. Let's see some more of the maps here. Pause time. Oops. Wanted to get daylight again. Alright. I've rambled for an hour. I'm going to take a cigarette break, grab a drink. I'm very thirsty right now. And we've given a little bit of a lead up to the story and some of the work. We're going to discuss the work now and try and get back to some of those charts we were making earlier. And then we're going to pick up with some of the work. Figure we'll go on for another hour, and then we'll pick up on some of the work and go on for another hour or so. We'll probably run up until 8 o'clock tonight. I'm going to be back real quick after I grab a drink, though. And we are back. Hello, hello. I'm probably just going to carry on for another hour here. I am tired. Rolling on 24 hours now. Alright, there's still so much work to do. I was literally working all the way up until the second I hit live. I actually had all my shit still open. Oh no, I had all my stuff open. I can't remember what I was doing. This is the biggest problem, is when I'm doing this, is that I just simply can't stop because I'll fall asleep and then I wake up and I have a billion things open and I can't. It takes me 5 hours to remember where I left off. Get the ball rolling again, so I try not to fall asleep before I get everything done, but getting everything done often means, you know, extra 200 hours of work, so it's not realistic. You just gotta, you know, keep going where you can. This area was supposed to have water, but it obviously didn't because of the map transformation. I was able to re-add all the water here. I still have to retexture all the paths and stuff around here. But you can see that, yes, this is water. I'm going to add more waterfalls. You can see where the shadows of the water is supposed to be dripping down. I love the abyssal plains, though, that surround it. Again, I still have to retexture. I have to repaint all the texture still, but you can get the general idea here. I love these abyssal plains. But yeah, I had left off at the Wrath of the Lich King part of the story. We're going to pause it there, because that's a lot to continue. We're going to go explore a little bit in-game. I'll even show you some Wrath of the Lich King. Half my characters are logged in at crash spots right now, so we're going to see if we crash. And I currently don't have any sound. Looking beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. I'm like 98% done with crash fixing right now. So, that's super nice. If you notice, we're not crashing every 2 seconds. At the first steps of this, those 10 pictures that I posted, those are 10 spots where I was able to stand without my client instantly crashing. A lot of people don't see what's going on off camera. Little do they know that every building is turned inside out and doesn't have walls, and if I take 2 steps, my client would crash. Luckily, that's not the case. It only took 300 hours to get to that point. But, yeah. You can see every structure that we go into is still full of water. I've got to close some of this stuff. Put too much strain right now. My monitor open. My GPU spiking. So friggin' nugget. There we go. Yeah, I gotta fix sound too. My sounds are all compressed. I still am muted. I still have to check Zoldrak. I spent the last 4 days standing right here crashing the client, and then in Nugget looking around and selecting objects, transferring them over to a developer map, and then testing my client to make it crash there so I can narrow down the objects. And then what I do is, let's say the object is something stupid like this little crystal. This crystal exists in vanilla, but the Wrath of the Lich King version has this swirly texture around it, which has a different particle emitter in Wrath of the Lich King, so you have to fix it in a hex editor, or do the cheat method where you find the copy of it without the particle effect, and then you just basically save it as this version, so the client loads it as this instead. As long as you load the correct asset, it won't crash. So, in fact, you can see the list right now. Tally some bananas. Let's see what we got. Where are we? Oh no. Desktop 5. Folder 5. Yeah, these. This is the list of assets right now that I've had to run conversions because I couldn't fix because the stuff that they use. But then I managed to find them in the RAF Alpha client. Luckily, I found all of those in the RAF Alpha client. So, I can show you real quick and then we're going to take a look. Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm not reading chat right now, so if anybody's talking, crunch time right now. But hello, Miyagaku. Hope you are well. Alright, so let's take a look at this. This is a perfect example. This is a little wood log cabin trapper house. Really nice little house. It's got the little cubby area, or your little barn basically for your mount or whatever. Ignore the fact that everything's underwater. That happens until I fix all these. But you would walk into this cabin and you can see all the stuff on the walls, all the crap hanging up on the walls. Real nice. Real nice. Up until we get to the part where on this wall where you see this lantern hanging, this lantern looks really nice. Looks like it fits. Looks like it's supposed to be there. It's not. In fact, this lantern is 100% not supposed to be here. And I will prove that to you right now. Because what is supposed to be here is a very intricate little cuckoo clock asset. Where's the building? Right here. There we go in the cabin. And you can see on the wall is this little cuckoo clock. And if you look at the animation, you can immediately tell that this isn't vanilla. Hold on. Like going into the wall. If you look at the animation, you can immediately tell from how smooth this is that this isn't a vanilla animation. And the reason is, it's got a ton of vertices, it's got a ton of bones, it's got a ton of timestamps for this animation. It's a very complex model. It probably could be translated to vanilla, but you would have to be an absolute wizard. Basically, if you were able to translate and if you were able to backport this from RAF into vanilla, if you were capable of doing that, you could get paid $200 because like your skill level is that good. You can basically backport anything. So what I mean to say is, like, anybody capable of doing that, their time is valuable. But you can cheese it. You can break it further, or you can find what I did was I found these models in the alpha client, luckily, and I managed to backport them. So as you see in game, the temporary fix that I've been doing for models that I cannot backport, I cannot fix, and I simply just don't have time to spend 20 hours fixing one model. You know, I've got 500 to fix, so what I do is I take a different asset and I just basically override it. So instead of a cuckoo clock, we have a lantern. And the way that I do that is I will pop the ADT, or I'm sorry, I pop the WMO root file open in our hex editor, and then I just go to the MODD chunk, the map object description chunk, and it will contain a list of all of the asset names. I can find the asset name, and then what I do is I take the asset that I want to replace it with, and I will override the name. Basically just rename it and load it in the client as that. So that's how we fix this crash. Otherwise, the second that you looked at it, you would crash. The second you would look in this doorway, your client would crash. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take the asset that we backported from the alpha client, the cuckoo clock, and we're going to load it into our client. Close some of these. I really want to keep them open, but fuck it. Now we need to obviously follow the file structure. Patch 8 is my world patch, So we're going to the world patch. Expansion 2, doodads, generic, human, clocks. And we're going to do cuckoo clock and grandfather clock. I didn't have problems with the grandfather clock, but I'm just going to do it. Screw it. Screw it and do it, boys. Only because chances are it will have a problem. I just haven't found it yet. So take out that problem before it even arises. Now let's see if we have a clock on the wall. Or if we crash. Hey! Look at that. Okay. So you see the issue, though. You can very narrowly see the issue. The issue is timestamps on the last keyframe are causing it to lerp back into position with no interpolation. So basically it's just resetting back to the original position. Bad keyframe on that. Bad timestamp on that. But that's fine. Who cares? Nobody's going to look at that, and if they do, they're just going to think it's a goofy cuckoo clock on the wall. Who cares? I certainly don't, and if you do, well, that's your problem. You wouldn't have noticed until I even said that. You wouldn't have known this existed until I friggin' made it exist, so don't cry. It's the best you're going to get. You either get a lantern or you get the cuckoo clock with the goofy hands. You don't get the best of both worlds. Anywho, I like it. I like it. It's charming. It's a cute little piece on the wall, and I'm very glad that we didn't have to replace it with the generic lantern and we were able to save it. I like the little bird that pops out. Nice. So yeah, everything that you're seeing on this map causes a crash. And the fact that we're not crashing means we fixed it. So, a lot of work. What you're looking at is about a week of work right now. And I actually cleared the map. So, we had more. We actually filled the entire map with crap. I can't even say, yeah, like, I can't say that this is all the assets that caused the crash. This is half of them. I friggin' filled the map. I had to clear it already once, because I just ran out of room. So I'm like, alright, screw it. Clear it. So, again, we're going to reference back to the chart here. How did we make this? We took the vanilla baseline patch, and then we layered the backported Wrath of the Lich King patch, which has these broken sections, some of them good, some of them some of them pretty good, some of them terrible, like models. And then we end up with a patch that is combination vanilla, corrected vanilla, Wrath of the Lich King, broken Wrath of the Lich King, Wrath of the Lich King with corrections from alpha, TBC corrections, vanilla corrections, but with Wrath of the Lich King baseline. After this, I can't even describe the process. Well, it's not that I can't, it's that I won't, because it's going to take another hour and I don't feel like sitting here describing it, but you can kind of follow the logic. I'll describe it, but I'm not going to draw it, I should say. You can follow the logic. So we start off with the baseline vanilla patch. We want to backport as many of the normal live Wrath of the Lich King assets and pieces that we can. And then we need to backport as much TBC as we can. The reason that we re-backport TBC over Wrath of the Lich King is because the TBC models are more likely to backport correctly. So we're going to patch up any holes. You're basically, when you do models, you're going to have 10,000 models and 20 of them are broken. And backporting TBC will fix 18 of them, leaving us 2 broken models. Much better solution. So we layer vanilla, we layer fixed Wrath, we layer TBC, and then on top of that we layer fixed Wrath Alpha with no prior expansions. So we would take Wrath Alpha extracts, fix those with conversions, and then layer them on top of all of this. That way we're not overriding vanilla, we're not overriding TBC, we're only overriding Wrath of the Lich King, and we're only overriding it for M2s. We don't do WMOs because those would be broken. There's a few other assets that we can do, but we want to preserve as much of the live version, which is the most complete, while using supplementary alpha versions instead. Which is, again, opposite of what I had originally stated that I'd be doing, only because the alpha version, although it has more working models, has much less finished. I debated it. I didn't want to leave an unfinished section of the map that I had to redo by hand, because I'd rather keep the integrity of the original design. So anyway, getting back to it, vanilla, fixed Wrath, TBC, fixed Wrath Alpha exclusive, and then we relayer another vanilla over that. And the reason that we do that is because we know vanilla is good. Vanilla is good, vanilla works. Vanilla extracts always work. Or at least in theory and principle should. If they don't, we fuck something up horribly and need to start from scratch. This process, I wish I would have the wherewithal to just keep drawing this out, but I know if I just keep charting it out, I will eventually chart out the entire path. And let me just say right now, this formula was derived from hundreds and hundreds of attempts to get the concoction right. I tried Wrath Alpha with vanilla on top of it, with TBC, with fixed Wrath Live Alpha. That didn't work. I tried TBC backports on top of Wrath Alpha with like, I tried every combination basically in every iteration. And the problem is, it's not just a combination. I can't just take 5 pieces and figure out the right order. I need to take 5 pieces, figure out the right order to make the catalyst for the next 5 steps of the process, which I'm going to synthesize a fresh core map that I layer stuff on top of. And it's like, I have folders and folders and folders at this point on top of folders in my server because I ran out of room so many times. This is 2 terabytes of storage that I'm working with, and I'm running out. It's terrible. We can see, though, these are patches. My organization is shit because it's just like, this stuff is supposed to be deleted, so I make sure it's as ambiguous as possible so that I never am tempted to ever use it again. I see new folder 4 and the date, and I realize I don't need this, but I won't delete it until I'm done with everything, because I know if I delete stuff now, it'll be a week from now, and I'll be like, shit, I need this from this patch from this date, but I deleted it. So I have to store this, or at least the patches. The extracts I can get rid of because I can re-extract. Corrections I can rerun, but they're a pain in the ass. And the corrections are a pain in the ass to run because you can't just extract the files and run them through a converter. You have to extract them all in a layer correctly and make sure that you have the right files to do it. Otherwise, you're going to be missing BLPs and textures. You're going to be missing skins. You can't be missing skins. BLPs are fine, but not having them is going to leave a void texture. Shitty green texture in-game. So, yeah, you have so much stuff. I'll show you, though. I didn't even get around to showing you. It was the friggin' patch data. This is all patches. This is tons of patches, tons of bits of information that I'll eventually probably never need, but gotta save. This is the patch storage folder, and then these are just patches after patches after patches and different combinations of patches. These are different combinations, different metastized patches. I don't know what the proper terminology for this sorcery would be. These are Wrath of the Lich King Alpha extracts corrected. I try and label like the heavily modified ones, but yeah, like edited Big Wrath. This is a Big Wrath patch that was edited down. At one point I had a 30 gigabyte patch because although the World of Warcraft client cannot load a patch higher than 4 gigabytes, Nogget can. Nogget doesn't give a shit how big the patch is. So I had a Nugget patch that was 30 gigabytes and just had everything raw, unedited, unextracted from every client up until Wrath of the Lich King. And that includes Alpha. It was just so much data, though, that Nugget would take 4 minutes to load a map. And then if it crashed, it was too much to work with. So I had to split it up into smaller patches. So anyways, going back to the chart, the Infernal Alchemy chart. And I'd consider using symbology for it, because there's no real mathematical symbols that can represent what are quite literally alchemical concepts applied to computer programming. SICP deferred to that, but I'm not really a big fan of it, just because no voodoo for me, please. But I had considered using music notes and notation for music notes to describe the acts, just because they were easy to recognize and they are pictorial in nature and could describe concepts pretty fluently. But yeah, we're using the crappy MS Paint chart instead because I think it's funny. Moving on. So we have the layering here. We're going to compact all of these, Wrath of the Lich King, Wrath Alpha, TBC, and Vanilla, down, with Vanilla being the last in the load order, into a base patch. And then once we have the base patch, we need to relayer TBC fixed assets, and that's particularly WMOs, which don't need to be fixed for TBC, luckily, which is why we layered the TBC WMOs. And then we need to relayer Wrath Alpha WMOs, and then we need to go through and hand sorted WMOs. I know we don't have space here, we're kind of overlapping, but that's fine. I'll extend this a little bit. So we take the base that we get from this, and then we take the TBC WMOs, because those work natively in the vanilla client. We don't have to convert them, we don't have to touch them. And then the Wrath Alpha WMOs, same idea. They have the TBC format in Wrath Alpha, so we can directly layer these. But then we come to the problem of Wrath of the Lich King Live WMOs. And again, WMOs are building structures, so like any building that you walk into is a WMO. WMOs are essentially self-contained maps, usually found within buildings. Some exceptions do apply, though. The problem is Wrath of the Lich King WMOs use a different format, which is why everything is underwater, and why everything's inside out. You see how fucked up it is? It's because it's inside out. I could take the alpha version of this, and I could throw the alpha version on this, but it's heavily incomplete. It doesn't have interior texturing, it doesn't have any of the lights, any of the doodads. It's got nothing. So you want to fix it. You want to fix the good version. However, that isn't always the case. Many times the alpha Wrath of the Lich King version is the complete version. These road chunks are complete all the way up until you get to here, which is why you see me go underwater, because this isn't a complete chunk. This section isn't textured in the alpha, so I had to use the retail Wrath, which is why the road just suddenly breaks, even though it works past here. If you look at it in alpha, it's like fine all the way up until here, where it turns untextured, because they didn't finish these parts in the alpha. This is from, yep, this is from Wrath. You can test if it's from Wrath, because it'll be underwater. That's because the exporter, Wrath uses different liquid flags for WMO interiors. Vanilla client can't handle them, so the way that you fix it is to break it even further. You set it to an obscure green slime flag that the vanilla client doesn't even attempt to load, because it thinks you're fucking smoking crack. It won't even bother listening to you anymore. And that's what you want. Sometimes you have to do that. You have to trick things like that. TGA test. Like I said, they were experimenting TGA tile sets that don't use the standard power of 2 format, 256 or 512. Uh-oh, what do we got here? Collision. What am I colliding with? Collision issues mean that there's a model issue. There shouldn't be any collision issues. You haven't noticed any so far, so for the fact that I'm hitting something means something's here. We're gonna have to look. Get out of this cuckoo clock from Hell Hut. Oh. Alright, go back to Northrend. Look for Dalaran. That's probably a Mage Hunter platform which hasn't been backported yet. That's my money. If I was a gambling man, I'd bet on that. Dalaran tree. Yep, Mage Hunter platform. I think that's the spot. Yep. No, this is the one. Is there another one? Okay, yeah, there is a second one. Called it. See, I'm good at this. I know what's causing me to run into invisible objects. MH Platform 02. We only backported the first one, so we're going to fix that. And I believe that that's one of the magic ones that we hit off the... No, Rune Circle. Where am I? Nope. 4. MH Plat. Platform 01, WMO. Yes, that's the problem. Mage Hunter platform is a WMO. And I relayered the alpha WMOs because I didn't think I'd need them. So, open file location, grab these. WMO Northrend Buildings, Mage Hunters MH platform. We're going to copy that. Actually, we don't even need to copy that. It's a WMO. We're not fixing these. We don't need to fix them. We just import them. WMO patch is 8. That's our world patch. WMO. Building. Oop. Oh, Northrend Buildings. Mage Hunters. Oop. Mage Hunters, MH platforms. Grab the one out of our alpha extracts. New folder 4 is Wrath of the Lich King alpha extracts. It's coded in a way that only I can understand, because only I have the Rain Man abilities. It would help if I wasn't deadly tired all the time and focus, but that's okay. I'm up to 2 Red Bulls a day, 12 ounces. And let's see. And again, this isn't just, oh, pop this bad boy in. This is days of work. And you're seeing the apex. You're seeing the opus. Hey, there she blows. There she blows. Wrath of the Lich King alpha patch. Thank you very much for sending me that patch. Implave? Was it Implave or Sephora? I can't remember. I think it was Implave. Who sent me the Wrath of the Lich King alpha client. Very hard to find, because it... You know, an alpha client for an expansion. Beautiful. Mage Hunters fixed. I'm just afraid that I'll never actually be able to fix this texture. The texture's supposed to look way cooler with all the glows. I mean, I've got the crack glows from above that looks nice. This is supposed to have a nice particled effect though, or kind of purplish. I think it's because of oh yeah, that's something I totally neglected to mention. So, going back to the process of creating this Northrend map, it's not just simple drag and drop. Again, everything is a landmine that you're going to step on and blow your leg off. Luckily, you can regrow it. Unfortunately, you're going to blow it off multiple times until you learn where it is and where not to step. So, we have a Northrend continent. It loads in, but again, let's remind ourselves. Nogget uses Wrath client for all the editing. We are simply loading in editing in the Wrath client, and then we are exporting it in a format that is vanilla ready. Add Spartan's Fork is what we're using, which supports MCLQ chunks. Again, Wrath of the Lich King moves towards MH2O chunks, which, although being a better data structure, in theory, is often bloated and crap. MCLQ and vanilla client is clean and efficient, which is why you have lag issues with Wrath liquids. I'll be the first to say it. MCLQ is better. Just is. So, the problem that arises. We're working with Wrath tools for vanilla. We have different formats. We need to fix those. We can't run our WDL generators on Wrath formats without my special edited VMAP generators. The problem is WDL is much more precise. VMAP is just looking to find GED ray collisions on terrain. It's not hard, but you have to use vanilla formats unless you fix that. WDL, much more precise, but much, much pickier. We just generated a clean WDL. As you can see, we have no malformed map chunks anywhere on Northrend. This is actually development, sorry. Development non-weighted map, but it still generates full 64 by 64 grid, because WDL also uses row 0, column 0, which is why we don't use it. Sorry for the flickering in the background as well, it's just a map reloading. So we generate our WDL. What is a WDL? WDL is a file that stores terrain data for far distances, generating shadow maps and height maps. Basically, when you look off in the distance and you see silhouettes of mountain ranges in the background, that is a WDL file. It stores all the information for height maps. It's alpha bitmap or alpha height map, essentially. And with a WDL, you can actually generate terrain data and a bunch of other crazy stuff, because you essentially have an outline of the terrain's height map. Sorry, I'm tired. I'm yawning. I told myself this would be a short lesson, but I knew I wouldn't be able to fit all the information in. And I'd rather just get it out of the way. I wanted to do an official video with nice editing describing this entire process, but then I realized, unless I went with, like, you know, YouTube professional editing style, where you, like, packed everything in video, blah, 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 I don't have time for that. I work 20 hours a day for approximately 72 cents an hour. Third world wages with American expenses. I don't have time for making videos. If you are interested in Wallcraft and you want to be doing video editing and basically clipping all this shit down into something that's digestible for somebody who isn't on the spectrum, please contact me. I would be more than happy to collaborate and get you all the information and data that you need, and let you worry about that, because I don't have time to sit down and edit 50 hours worth of video footage. Anywho, we generate a clean WDL from this, and how do we do that without resorting to magic, without resorting to voodoo? Well, simple. We generate clean maps from the get-go. And how do we generate clean maps using Wrath tools? Well, first off, we need to make sure we load the terrain, of course, and then we have to use this tool to load the full map. But there's a problem. We're loading a full map with limited memory. I have 16 gigs of memory. Normally that's fine. not a big deal unless you're doing video rendering or animation or map rendering or this right here, attempting to load an entire map into RAM. So you have to be very careful. Luckily, Northrend is about half a normal Wallcraft map size. Still pretty big, still the same size as the other continents, but I am able to load the entirety of Northrend into memory if I close out everything else. I have like half a gigabyte left over to work with. If it went up any further, I would have to do this on my server, which means complications. I have 128 gigabytes of ECC locked DDR4 RAM, DDR5 RAM, sorry, GDDR5, whatever. I can't remember. On the server to work with, so I could do it, but again, I'm hosting the live server. I don't want to do it there, so we do it here. I can't do it right now though because I have OBS running, so there's zero chance of that happening. I would crash. We're already up to half of it used. I need to start off with like 4 because the full map is like 11 gigabytes. It's 12 gigabytes, we'll say 11 gigabytes. So we're just going to say, for the example, we load the full map. Make sure you're watching your memory carefully. If you're not over 32 gigs, watch your memory. Once we have the full map loaded, we can run an operation to clear all model duplicates. This only has to be done once from a raw generation, but again, the aspect of the Wallcraft modular map system is infinite generation off the base map. That means no corruptions, no degradation. It means you can take the base patch, load it into Nugget, extract it, run it through reuse Zone Masher, set it on fire, mail it off to Tibet, and it will work. It's modular, it's self-contained, and it works. It should be able to be infinitely generated. So that means we need to clear duplicate models, clear duplicate textures. We need to, again, because we're using alpha values from Wrath, we need to set map to old alpha for vanilla values. This means loading the map into memory for each of these processes because it will save at the end and unload it. This takes a long time. Be prepared to be waiting here, doing this, and staring at your performance, your resource monitor, making sure you don't crash. Now, man, I got a freaking cat hair in my throat. It's driving me nuts. I've been talking too long. Alright. Now, back to the point. When working with this, we're working with Wrath Client. That means despite all of our sorcery in assembling this witch's brew of a patch, of 9 patches, is that we're working with Wrath Client tools, but we need it in a vanilla structure. But the Wrath Client tools cannot handle vanilla structures, so we need to keep 2 mirrored copies of everything at the same time. But because we're fixing compatibility, because we're fixing compatibility issues with Wrath of the Lich King downports to vanilla, we need to keep 2 mirrored copies of everything, but then they diverge. Eventually you'll end up with a different version for vanilla than for Wrath, which is what these conversions are from earlier, as shown. Viewing Nugget, we have world files that we must have in Nugget, otherwise the world will not generate when running fixed UIDs. Now this is true for default maps. And again, Wallcraft's goal is to be able to generate as a base patch from default client maps. Essentially, you take the Wallcraft patch, you slap it in your client, and you can edit it and modify it right from the get-go. But that means that they need to have a supplementary patch because of Windows file format reading. This is true for any converted assets. This is true for So many things. Just so many things. Don't even have time to name them all. Anything that's backported and is going to show up needs to be placed in this format. You need to have your world folder in Nougat using base patches, and then loaded from the world folder the pre-converted format, and then the client loads the converted format. So you basically have a trifecta mirroring like this unholy trinity of how the server works with DBC, database, and server DBC copy. It's esoteric on so many levels. It really terrifies me sometimes. But we carry on. We continue on because I know we will purify it. So, we've run our fixes. We've reloaded the map multiple times, running all our fixes. We have the pre-converted formats, we have the converted formats, and we have the base patch loaded. That means we have the raw structure for the map. At this point, we're left with a raw map and about 150 bad assets that you have to fix manually. So, you do the process, as I mentioned, maybe like 2.5 hours ago. Rewind the stream back to that point where I described the process for replacing assets with placeholders, converting them, fixing them in 010, which is the most preferable, or stealing alpha-based patches, which we're going to carry on and continue and do. We have the list of alpha-based patches. I finished converting these 5 minutes before the stream started. I didn't have time to replace them all. So we're going to go ahead and finish this up before the stream ends. And we're going to do that, and then we're going to fly around the map and see if we can get the client to crash again. If we can get the client to crash, I can show you the process for crash hunting and debugging it, finding the faulty asset, and then searching for the replacement, searching for the solution. But it's funny too, I was going to leave one crash that I knew because I had basically narrowed them all down to one crash. I was going to leave one. It was noon though, 2 hours before the stream, and I didn't want to leave one bug because I was down to one bug, so I wanted to just get it done. Because I've been working for a straight month on this, 500 hours. Yeah. What did I tally the math to? 18 hours a day, 30, 540. I've easily cleared 500 because I haven't missed a day of working at least 16 hours. Alright. This is the part where it gets a little fun and a little tricky because I use a extract format that doesn't save the data structure because I'm stupid. We need to go back through, find the converted format, and find the file path. Folder 4, that's not the right one. Folder 5. Yeah, here it is. We know where that one is. FK Plague Barrel. Luckily, I'm so entrenched in this hell, I just know where everything goes. We're in the wrong patch, though. We need to be in patch 8. This is why I don't stream any of this, because if I have to ramble over it, I get distracted by talking and trying to describe it. I can't keep a train of thought. I can't keep focused. Which is why, in the coming year, when I do developer streams, I'm not going to read chat, I'm not going to ramble. I'm going to be listening to audiobooks and working, and I'll just be streaming that. You can watch. But it's not really... I mean, I enjoy teaching, and I enjoy helping share the information that I learn, but again, that's not my priority. My priority is finishing Wallcraft, and these monthly streams are a service, if anything. Desktop, patch 5. No, not patch 5, new folder 5. Fuck Plague Barrel. Already exists. That's what we want to see. Move this over a bit so we can see it. Alright, we did this, we did this, we did this. Human justice flags. Shit. Can't remember what that is. So we go to new folder 4, which is the full pre-converted extracts. And this is the post-converted list of XPack conversions that I fixed. That would be in new folder 3. So anything in new folder 3 is a replacement asset, and anything in new folder 5, Wrath of the Lich King Alpha replacement, which is a proper down convert, or down port, and not just a generic replacement. Which is why we want to use this list, and then for the rest, we just live with it. Nothing we can do. The body cart one, I have to figure out better assets. But what we can do, we try and find similar ones, and then we try and replace them. We can downscale it, we can change particle colors, we can change timestamps, like, that's fine. So we can kind of make stuff work. The Goblin fuel cell, for example, it looks like a little barrel. I replaced it with an explosive barrel. Nobody will ever know the difference. You can't tell it's out of place. Unless you're like friggin' Forrest Gump, you would never know. Moving on, we're here to search for new justice flags. I know my typing looks sloppy, that's because I am reclined at like 180 degrees. Like planking right now while laying down, doing this shit. I can barely prop my neck up. But we carry on. Human justice flags. Open file location. Expansion 2, doodads, generic, human. We're going to our patch 8. We go generic, human. Human justice flags. Human justice flag 5 needs to be replaced. Human justice flag 5 has been replaced. I go back and search IT Brazier. Nope. That won't work. I'm not searching from the right place. Get rid of this shit. Get rid of that. Bye. IT Brazier. File location. No, crap. No, that's flawed. I need folder 4. File location, expansion 2 doodads, Zoldrak Troll Ruins. Expansion 2 doodads, oh, generic. Zoldrak Troll Ruins. IT Brazier. This is one of the fire ones that I just replaced with an unlit brazier. Well, now that we have the proper backports. This one was fucked too. This one was fucked because I spent 3 hours searching for this stupid asset that's causing the crash. It was wedged under the terrain. Blizzard put it on the terrain and then put a fucking wall on top of it. Didn't even realize that they had it stuck under the terrain themselves. So I'm sitting there searching for these stupid assets. I can't figure out what's causing the crash. I rip every asset off the map. It's still crashing. I fly under the map and I see a fucking brazier sitting like floating 40 feet below the map. And Blizzard does this all the time, just like floating objects inside the map that you would never see as a player, but it's like it causes me problems 20 years later as a developer. Yeah, okay, we replace those. MH Rune Circle. MH Rune Circle. I think Rune Path was fucked, but I can't remember. Mage Hunter Passive Doodads, Rune Circle. Generic. No, it's not generic. Oh, WMO. Duh. Northrend. The hell is the path? I can't even remember. Generic. What? It's okay. It's just generic. Duh. There's. I hate that everything is called generic. There's generic at every level of every fucking folder. Same with passive doodads and generic. It's just so annoying. See, lose track of shit. Mage Hunter. Passive doodads. Encircle. There we go. Scarlet O Brazier Lit. That is expansion 2. I already know this one. This was the one that I fixed in 010 before realizing the alpha version works too, and it's also, well, I don't want to say my fix is better, because it's not. It's the opposite. So I'm not using it, but my fix worked the exact same. You couldn't even tell a difference. I don't remember where this is. Dragonblight. Grizzly Hills, Boring Tundra. Snowballed. Borean Tundra. Doodads, Borean Tundra. Snowballs. What? Oh, Magnetar items. Yeah, Snowballed Altar. And some assets have fucked up names. They have spaces in them and they can't have spaces in them, but they do. The WoW client fixes that with hard-coded shit, but like the extractors and all the programs, Nugget, Ryu, Zone Masher, the extractors, VMap extractor, none of that, the converters, they don't work if there's a space in the name. So I had to fucking fix all of them to remove white spaces. You'll notice that. If you're a VMaNGOS user and you've ever generated VMaps, you'll notice that with the newest commit, Razorfen Lean 203 now generates correctly, which means the stupid ghost that paths around up by Aminar, he'll finally be walking correctly. He's not going to walk through the buildings like a animal. VR Wrecked Crate Snow. This is a Reichel item. Can't remember the subfolder. Crates. Yeah, okay, VR Wrecked Snow. VR Wrecked Crate Snow. Sieve, Reichel, dead. Seaweed. Sieve, Reichel, weapons. VRS weapon rack. And Zoldrak decorations. Zoldrak bats lower. Zoldrak bats lower. Beautiful. Well, I know this doesn't mean much to you, the viewer, but you were watching me put the capstone on. That right there, that little stretch right there was days of work. You were watching me put the capstone on it. The client no longer crashes. Up until 2 o'clock today, 5 minutes before I started the stream. In fact, up until this point, there are certain spots on the map that would have crashed. But didn't, because I didn't run there yet. And they shouldn't now, because I fixed it. So you're looking at the culmination of 200 hours of work on just this little stretch alone of fixing assets. The TGA texture issue. What the hell did I do to fix that before? I can't remember. I have to go back and watch the video. If it was working before, that means it was working for other reasons. Yeah, see, this is what I mean. Like, this is a WMO building. Everything's inside out. this is going to be so much fucking work to fix every WMO. And every WMO needs to be fixed. They're all underwater. Luckily, not all of them are inside out, but many of them are. These are going to be such cool locations, though, because you think about this. In Wrath, this is some generic questing zone. This is such a cool little area. You run in here, and it's like, it looks like Ironforge gates, but all fucked up. And then you run in here, and you go in here, and it's literally like a fucked up version of Ironforge. And you look at this, and you're like, dude, this is so cool. But then in Wrath, you go down here, and it's like 1, maybe 2 quests. I can't remember. It's been 15 years since I've been here. Like, in a retail server, really. In Wrath. Like, I just remember, yeah, you would go down this little chasm, and yeah, oh, it was a really cool adventure and experience the first time I ever did it. And then the second tune I had to level, I'm like, okay, I just have to fly down in this fucking ass crack on the land. Hey, there's the bats. Look at that. The big flock of bats. Those are crashing the client earlier. I replaced them with a single generic bat that you normally find out in the world. And luckily that's now working. Or working now. But yeah, like you'd fly down here or go down here in fucking retail Wrath. Or just normal Wrath. And it's like a quest. And there's a few mobs and you go down there and you kill them. And then you never go back. Like, there's no point. This chasm in the earth was once a city. It should be full of, like, crazy treasure. It should be buried. And you should have to dig through it and, like, explore and expand. And obviously there's limitations with how much of that can be done. But, like, the general idea is that this place has 1,000 years of lore. And you don't even care about it. You want to go down there and kill the big caveman. You want to kill 5 cavemans for their big toes, because somebody wants you to get 8 Vrykul big toes. Or fucking, I think those were dwarfs down there, or stone dwarf, earthen, whatever. I can't remember, but like, it's generic. Expansive, beautiful world that we're flying around in with so much potential. But I gotta go collect 8 goat asses. It's like fucking, it's so stupid. So stupid. There's so much more that can be done. No, on Wallcraft, there's gonna be a guild that lives inside that crevice. And they're artificers. They're a dwarven artificer guild. And I'll add an artificer rift that, like, enchants their fucking gear for an hour if they stand in there chanting. If you go down there and you dance around and chant for an hour, your weapon will get an enchant that lasts for a day. And it just does some fucking crazy shit. This sounds stupid like that. Like, that's the essence of war mode, is you go out and you control these areas, and you have to fight off tooth and nail against other players to have power and authority over these areas, so that you can gain these benefits that are just like so outlandishly cool. You just think like, yeah, this is what the game world is supposed to be. And it's not imbalanced. The purpose is to bring further balance to the game world. It's not going to be, oh, I gain a power that lets me fly around and kill raid bosses instantly. No, it's going to be, something cool, something interactive and engaging and tangibly powerful enough to make you want it. And to definitely provide benefits across the board. Let's go to Gilligims. We haven't even been there. We'll go to Lapidus. See if I haven't even been to the vanilla map in a friggin' month, ever since I added this. Let's check out the underwater. I know we haven't looked underwater. I want to look at some chat real quick. Keep up the hard work, man, and try to pay no mind to the ignorance. If this work was easy, there would be more people doing it. Absolutely true. Yeah, literally quested there once and forget it. What if Nespera is down there from Vashir? Yeah, stuff like that would be so cool. I don't think as Horde you even go in, I think you just do something above it. Yeah, like as a Horde you don't even care what's down there. Oh, ancient, half-buried dwarven city that's a gate to the Titan's realm. I don't have time for that. I need to collect 8 goat asses. For the Horde. It's so stupid. It really is. Let's do some underwater exploration. I'm going to turn down the swim a little bit so I'm not flying around like a crackhead. We're on the island of Dr. Lepidus. We're going to go back to the island area. We're on the island of Dr. Lepidus. Let's tour it. In fact, let's do a little bit of run through. I'll mount up. This island exists off the coast of Westfall, Stranglethorn area. Isle of Dr. Lepidus and Gilligam's Isle. These were scrapped alpha islands that were originally intended to be in the game. The early maps all contain them. In fact, certain iterations of the world map actually contain them. Not this version, but the official World of Warcraft manual version has it. Yeah, as shown in the other map. This is scrapped beta content, though. Ripped straight off the map and totally removed from any references in the game. You never go there. You never talk about it. Nobody references it. But it existed. You could run around on it at one point. They scrapped it. They forgot about it. They were too busy adding body types and rainbow socks. Really sucks. Really sucks to watch the game go downhill because people forget the essence of the game, the story, the aesthetic, the narrative, and they just retcon it into whatever fanfic crap they want. And that's my biggest gripe with a lot of projects, too, is that everybody's free to make whatever game they want, but you can't call it WoW if you don't even attempt to be true to any of the facets of the game. It's like, oh yeah, I run a WoW server. It's a platforming puzzle jumping game with a cash out mall, but it's also WoW. It's like, no, it's not. It's like, I'm not gonna slight that project. That actually sounds pretty fun. I would love a fucking like Fall Guys World of Warcraft edition. That'd be awesome. But like, that's not World of Warcraft. That's a Warcraft universe game at best. It's like it's about as World of Warcraft as Diablo is at that point. So like, and again, it's not just the structure of the game or the framework of the game. If anything, I want Wallcraft to be Warcraft, not just World of Warcraft. I want it to be encompassing all the lore, all the narrative, all the stories. But it needs to be true to the spirit. I ask myself constantly, am I being true and honest? If I'm not being true and honest, well then I'm being a big jerk off. Being a ween. Now, let's run around a little bit more. I have a bad habit of rambling, and then I run in circles while I ramble instead of just running around exploring. Yeah, it's a really cool island. This island is going to be contestable by players. It's going to have the island, Gilligam's Island. Gilligam's Isle will have basically a parody of Gilligan's Island. Questing hub. It'll be reminiscent of Ungaro Crater, kind of Marshall Willadin's area. This will be a approximately level 50 area as well. Basically like a higher tier of Stranglethorn. Like area immediately after you're done with Stranglethorn, you come over here and do some quests and whatnot. But the Isle of Dr. Lepidus is a contested zone. So same with Gilligam's Isle. It's just going to have a little outcrop, little refuge hub. You go over to Gilligam's Isle. Right here. Still haven't fully decided on what I really want to do with both the islands yet, but you get the general idea. Gilligam's Isle, be around level 50 content. Isle of Dr. Lepidus is going to be higher level content. Gilligam's Isle is the isle to the south. Isle of Dr. Lepidus is going to have more contestable stuff, a lot more player interactive stuff. Basically, this is going to be more of a player hub. This will have pretty much a world boss in essence, but a few quests, more so Easter egg type quests, hidden quests, A lot of mobs, a little bit of a boss, but a lot of secrecy. A lot of secrecy surrounding this one. Gilligan's Isle will be a little bit more standard novelty. This will be a little bit more secrecy. I'm not going to spoil it. I'm not going to give any details, but if you're smart, if you're observant, you'll probably take a look at this and go, yeah, I can kind of piece 2 and 2 together. What kind of secrets we're going to be looking at. Josh asks, well, I got a dumb question. Will I ever be able to be Undead Paladin? I like the idea of Forsaken Paladins. No. Undead Paladins, they're non-canonical. That's, again, bridging into fanfic territory. As stated 4 hours ago, which you probably weren't here to catch, there will never, ever be cross-faction. You will never group Alliance and Horde together. You will never be in a party with a Paladin and a Shaman together. You will never be Undead Paladin. You will never be a Human Hunter. You will never be a Gnome Shaman. Because those aren't Warcraft. Those aren't Warcraft lore. If they fit within the Warcraft canon and the universe, then yes, that's a possibility. Dwarf Mage. Dwarf Mage existed in beta. It will exist in Wallcraft someday, at some point. It did exist in Wallcraft for a week, but that was just during the testing phases. I know people like to have their own little fantasy, and I think people... See, that's a personal gripe I have, perhaps. People like to have really... people like to have fantasy. People like... Why do you think people write Harry Potter fan fiction? Because they really like Harry Potter, and they have overactive imaginations, so for them it's like, oh, I can live in this world, in this universe, and put my canon into it. And that's fine. You're allowed to do that. And I'm not going to compare that example with wanting Undead Paladin, but the bridge is crossed when the player forsakes the ability to realize why it's not a thing. And again, this isn't any accusation at you. I don't know you. You just asked me a simple question. But I've had many people in the past ask me, hey, Wall, can I play Undead Paladin, or I want to play a Dwarf Shaman? And I say, no, that's not vanilla. And then they get really shitty with me. And they say, well, I'm just going to play X, Y, or Z server because they let me play this. And I go right ahead. That's not my prerogative. My prerogative is to keep the game within the context of World of Warcraft and not bridge out into fanfic. Would I personally like to play a Forsaken Paladin? Hell yeah, that sounds fucking badass, man. You're like a zombie that's so holy that you're still a paladin. The problem with that is there is only one of those. And there are examples of this in many places in the game. There's Dwarf Shamans. In BRD, there's a Dwarf Shaman boss. In BRD, there's Tauren Paladins. In Eastern Plaguelands, Duke Nicholas Varanov, or I'm sorry, Leonid Bartholomew. Yeah, Leonid Bartholomew. He's the only Forsaken Paladin in the entire history of World of Warcraft. The entire history of World of Warcraft. There's only one Forsaken Paladin, and his name is Leonid Bartholomew, and he exists over in the Plaguelands. And his lore is fucking awesome. He is a guy who is so holy and righteous that when turned to undead, the forces of the light just said, nah, you're still cool. And the light just, like, didn't let him die. So he's basically just being, like, forever carried on in pain and in misery. But he's so holy, he just suffers and doesn't care. Because he wants to cure his undeath. And he finds that it's going to be a reversible thing. He thinks that it can be reversed. So, like, his lore and his backstory, it's well developed, it's fleshed out, and there's purpose to it. Same reason for human hunters. There's only one human hunter. In fact, his official title is the first and the last, and that's Nathanos Blightcaller, who is, again, now undead. So there's simultaneously only one human hunter, and there's only one undead hunter, or ranger is the proper term. But there's only one, and ironically enough, it's one guy for both of them. Nathanos is the only human hunter and the only undead hunter. And that's, in lore, that's his official title, the first and the last. The dude was such a badass that the elves said, yo, holy shit, you want to lead our army? He's like, yeah, why not? So, like, there's reasons. And somebody asked me this the other day. Somebody asked me, Wall, do you ever plan on expanding hair colors? I want my night elf to have black hair. And I immediately, within 7 seconds, I linked them a video. 3120 is the timestamp on the World of Warcraft video that I posted in the Wholesome Memes channel the other day. And it is the making of World of Warcraft. I believe the timestamp is 3120. The developers are talking about character features, and they said, well, we gave dwarves bright red hair and earthen colors because, and this is like an explicit word-for-word quote, he said, we find that aesthetics and identity for everything is extremely important in building the feel of the game world and the Warcraft universe. And he goes on to say, that's why races only have a limited selection of hair. We didn't want you as a player or anybody in the world to be able to pick any color for their hair because it wouldn't look right, and we wanted everything to look right. And so I won't add black hair for a night elf unless you did something corrupt and there was a reason for it. So, like, people, they ask for the whole world and a piece of cherry pie on top. And they get very, very disappointed when you don't give it to them. So if I say, oh, no, I'm not going to add that, they'll just say, well, fuck you, bye. Like, literally, I get that 10 times a day. Hey, Wall, can my druid have a jetpack and a laser cannon? What? What do you mean, no? What a crap game. Like, literally, I hear that 10 times a day. Now, again, I'm not referring to you in this part of the conversation at all, so don't worry, don't take that to heart. But I have to be very firm on it. I have to be extremely rigid on it in terms of what the vision of the game is and what a vision of the game isn't, really. I guess that's a rambling, long explanation of why you won't be able to play Undead Paladin. Sorry. That's how it is. Yeah, I'm reading the chat, Tree Emissary. That's Leonid Bartholomew. He's the only undead paladin. He said there's that scourge-afflicted undead in the Argent Chapel. He's literally, look at his wiki, he's the only undead paladin. Those two in particular are really, really rigid. Undead paladin and human or undead hunter. And shit, man, it's just like, it doesn't make sense. The problem is, if you look at Blizzard's timeline, who created the World of Warcraft universe? Chris Metzen, like, single-handedly created the World of Warcraft universe. He was extremely meticulous, to the point where he wouldn't let people do things that, like, ignored the lore originally. But then what happens is when the company grows bigger and Chris Metzen's voice grows smaller in the context of it, you have a bunch of pink-haired liberal arts college people who went to school for literally 4 years to study friggin' porn at a university, and they show up to work, and then their vision of the game gets injected in the game. And, you know, it's totally fine that they want to work for Blizzard, but they are incapable of forsaking their own desires for the greater vision, which is why you have stuff like Volpera and, like, total non-canonical nonsense. Chromie is literally trans. Canonically, Chromie, that little gnome girl that we've known for 2 decades, turned out she was trans the whole time, bro. Didn't find out about that until Shadowlands or Dragonflight or whatever. No, Chris Metzen, 20 years ago, he totally intended that. It wasn't a friggin' Rhode Island School of Design, a RISD graduate with pink hair who showed up and smelling of friggin' jizz and lube from his weekend orgy and said, you know what, Chromie, totally trans. No, it wasn't him. It was Chris Metzen. Like, it's obviously, that's so frustrating. And people are going to take such great offense for that little last spiel, but that's literally what happened. It's frustrating. Imagine that Chris Metzen made a character that was actually trans or gay or something like that back in the day, and then somebody retconned him to be a friggin' mustache man. You know? Like, how offended would you be if that was the original lore? It's not about the context of the situation. It's about people injecting their own politics into something that's supposed to be independently neutral and separated from it. And I'm not talking just about real-life politics. I'm not talking about American politics or European politics. I'm talking about their personal views, the real politic of their psyche and what drives them, their motives. You know, and that, why do you think Blizzard had so many dirty jokes for so long? Because you had a bunch of friggin' pervs working there. So you ended up having a bunch of dirty, you know, you had a bunch of dick jokes. You go to friggin' Shimmering Flats and you're looking at a big old wang. Yeah, the dog dick zone. You know, it's because you had a bunch of perverts and stuff. Why do you think you have, like, friggin' references to masonry and shit? It's because you had fucking Masons working there. Everybody's going to inject their own personal views. The only people whose views I actually care about in the game are the original creators. You know, the original, the OG alpha team. You know, those guys who actually invented the world. Like, their opinion should really be the only one that matters. And they have been totally silenced. I can't imagine what's going to happen now that Chris Metzen's back at Blizzard. Nor do I care, because I don't pay attention to anything Blizzard does. Everything after Wrath of the Lich King is non-canonical in my eyes. So yeah, it's just like, would I want something like Undead Paladin? Hell yeah, I would fucking love to play that. If this was TBC or Wrath of the Lich King or any other expansion, or if this was a sandbox fun server, or hell, if you want, I'll add it during the alpha. We have another month of alpha left. I can add Undead Paladin. You can dick around on GM Island. But like, come fresh, come launch, no, it has to. It won't be implemented if it's not real vanilla. And what is real vanilla? Real vanilla is the foundational concepts that originally were laid down for the game. Not the realized division of patch 1.12 or whatever. It's the original concepts that were laid down. Vanilla extends all the way up until Wrath of the Lich King, really. What is vanilla? Some vanilla exists in Wrath of the Lich King. It was just pushed off until then. Some content in vanilla wasn't added until Cataclysm, but they wanted it to. Oh yeah, look at what's open. Gilneas. You can go in here now. Yep, Gilneas is unlocked for players. Pried the gate right up off the ground. Still have nothing added in it. Obviously, it's just blank area. But now that I have the backports from Gilnean structures, I can finish filling this out. I want it to have a vanilla aesthetic. Wrath of the Lich King had a unique aesthetic as well as TBC, but you could tell all the vanilla influences, and in fact, if you look at the Wrath of the Lich King Alpha patch, you can see the vanilla aesthetic. A lot of structures will have this exact texture in TBC and Wrath. It wasn't until, like, Wrath launched did Wrath really come into its own with an aesthetic. So, a lot of the Wrath models can be really easily reused in vanilla, and they blend seamlessly into the game world. You wouldn't even notice. But anything past Wrath, like Cataclysm, you immediately can tell that this does not belong in the game world. Like, this is from a different time and place. Different hands made it. I'm going to read through some of the chat. I'm going to take a smoke break, and then I have to fly around Northrend a little bit more. We're going to do a little bit more exploration, crash checking, and wrap it up. This has been going on for 5.5 hours. It's going to be a 6-hour stream today. I'm going to lose my voice. I don't even care. I'm going to smoke a cigarette, though, grab a drink, and then we'll get back to it. First, before I do that, though, let me look through chat. Cool Drew Tad asks, I need body type 2 with a pink mohawk and piercings. Gimme. In fact, I'm going to pull up the message that I had sent. I'll pull up all my messages in front of everybody. Not that I would care to, I just don't want to fucking... people message me, they value their privacy. I don't care, though. Who messaged me? I can't remember. I want to find a video. Or at least when I talked about it. Yeah, somebody messaged me about that. I can't remember. And I'm not seeing it. I don't think you can delete messages from other people. Oh, there we go. Oh, it was Cutler. Yeah, there we go.
Too, we found out like hair color was super.
Yeah, 3120. Rain Man, I remember that exact timestamp. Couldn't remember the person I sent it to, but I remember the exact timestamp. That's how you know where my priorities lie. Like, that's the thing.
Certain hair colors too, we found out like hair color was super key for defining each race as well. So certain hair colors are only available to these races and not to others. We didn't want to let the player necessarily choose any color for anything.
The gnomes kind of came in late into the game. We had gnomes come in with, you know, this sort of a need to add, we felt one more race per Alliance Horde. So the gnomes filled in on the Alliance side, and we have these kind of short, squat little comical characters that have sort of outrageous hairstyles. We felt with their small size, probably the best thing that we could do was to really over-exaggerate their head, and not only that, but what you always see on top of it, their hair. We had a lot of fun with some crazy beard, mustache combinations to really start defining.
Yeah, but see that right there. This is the original alpha developers talking about how they visualized and conceptualized the game. And if they say something explicitly, I'm going to try and abide by that. So, even though I'd personally love to expand customization options to be all-encompassing, I have to remember, you know, what makes the game good, what gives it this vision and this idea is that it has a visual aesthetic, that everything has an aesthetic. So, although a night elf can't just have black hair, because night elves don't have black hair, there could be night elves with black hair, and we do see them out in the game world. You see them in places like Stratholme, or the Cult of the Damned, or the Twilight cults and stuff like that. Basically, like Sholomance, you'll see night elves with like dark purple or black hair, and they have like facial markings and tattoos and stuff like that. That's because they're corrupted, and the visage of an elf is supposed to reflect the light of a loon, but the darkened visage means that a loon has turned on them, and that they've been accepted by another dark force, which is why they have black hair for almost exclusively for night elves that are following a cult. Almost exclusively have black hair. So if you as a player join the faction of a Cult of the Damned or Twilight Hammer or something like that, and you are a Night Elf, yeah, I would happily add customization options to make you look more like one. There was no reason that a cult member should have white hair or blonde hair or anything like that. You know, you should have that aesthetic. Alright, back to chat. I'm going to read off a few more comments. I'm going to smoke a cigarette, and then we're going to get in the last stretch here. I cannot accept that Classic WoW uses body type 1 and body type 2. Unsubscribe. Absolutely. It's fucking insulting. Again, politics aside, I don't care what you believe on any of these subjects. If the game originally launched... Oh, there we go. We got us a live one. This is a texture crash, probably involved with that TGA test, and just judging by where I'm standing. I'm not even going to troubleshoot that right now, because I'm still rambling. You can tell by the crash codes sometimes what they are. If it was C00000005, that would be a model, but because that shat out an engine code, that means it's texture tile set that's unable to be processed. That means it has an incorrect format, either bad compression, bad alpha data, or invalid size. Chances are it's the one right here. Again, because we were standing like right here, chances are it's this right here, which is the TGA test. It's supposed to have extended map data, but it doesn't because vanilla can't handle it, so I had to cut it down, make it look like crap, but we'll figure it out. I haven't really ever played any other custom project. I played V Plus when it launched. That was like the first custom vanilla server to come out. Never played Turtle, and again, I have nothing against other projects, but I hear through the grapevine that Turtle has a lot of client crashes. Like, client crashes happen very regularly. I've resolved all of them in Northrend, and there's no client crashes anywhere else in the game. So once I have them all hammered down, I mean, I went from 200 crashes today down to probably 5, maybe 6. That'll be hammered out. So it's complex work, you know. It's tough. You're gonna have problems arise like this when you do a lot of map editing. So I look at other projects that have done it before, and you see the issues that they face. Get rid of the preschool crayon drawing chart. Alright. We're going to launch into some Q&A. I didn't even get around to fully describing the entire process for making this patch. Honestly, whoever's watching this, it's probably a lot of information that's useful, but to describe the entire process, you're never really going to need to know it, so the individual steps are what's important. That's really what matters. As long as I get that down, it's good enough. Though I would like to go in further detail, obviously, on everything. So I didn't even get around to talking about the 010 stuff, fixing assets in this. I didn't even get to talk about Blender, fixing assets in Blender. Just talked a lot about patch layering, but that's plenty fine. Yeah, before I go take a break real quick, I'll just talk about some of these folders, though. You'll notice that all these folders are labeled as patches. That's because I do the editing and the raw patches, and then I structured the patch out of these. But, again, it's very confusing to follow along, because oftentimes I have to make multiple copies of the same data, and then modify each copy in separate ways, and layer them back on top of each other in special order. So it's so much data, it's so confusing, my brain is constantly frying out, trying to remember where things are. And I just don't sleep, because I know if I fall asleep, I'm going to wake up and have lost track of where I was. And have to remember. So. Alright, quick smoke break, then we're going to field some questions before we sign off for tonight. I'm probably not even going to go all the way up until 8, so. In fact, I'm not even going to wait for the smoke break. Let's just nail out these questions because I want to eat something. Brandon Cruz. Let me go back. Please add body types 3 through 9 as well, Denzo asks. The only characters that will have body types 1 and 2 are ogres, and that's just simply denoting the amount of heads that you have. TC says, someone going to be offended that their number 10 isn't included yet. Josh H says, have you already talked to some of the original developers? Yes. Kevin Jordan hangs out in some of the circles, and there's a few others. Brandon Cruz asks, Tauren Paladin is canon, but I think they injected a Holy Tauren clan into the lore much later to allow it in the expansion. Tauren Paladin is not particularly canon, but there are more exceptions for Tauren Paladin. Basically, it's possible for a Tauren to become a Paladin. It's not possible for undead to become a Paladin. There's only one undead who became a Paladin, and that's just because he was so holy that, like, fucking straight up the Lich King's shit just didn't do anything to him, really. That's how holy the dude was. But, like, any Tauren who is, you know, not a scumbag can become a Paladin. I'm not saying that there will be Tauren Paladins. Taurens didn't learn about the light or holy studies until later on in the timeline, which is why there's no Tauren Paladins. In vanilla, outside of a few exceptions that are NPCs, mostly BRD, and they're not even Paladins. They are Paladins of Ragnaros. So basically, instead of light magic, they're using Ragnaros fire magic, in the same sense. But yeah. They're like Ragnaros Tauren Paladins. It's just whack. But it's cool. I hate getting stunned by them, though. They suck. Rue said, I got told there would be a not alive in the stream. You are wrong. Incorrect. Cutler says, it was me. I wrote you on disc. Well, you are also wrong and incorrect. Cutler says, Druid of the Claw and Warcraft 3 have black hair, but again, that's Warcraft 3 and not vanilla. Yeah, that's got something to do with the Claw curse, though, if I recall. Some crap like that. Druid of the Claw had some, yeah, clan... yeah, they had some sort of curse. They're basically like a Dark Iron variant. So, that's probably how I'll add it, in fact. Because you'll have alternative skins for races. You'll have like Forest Troll, Frost Troll, Dark Iron Dwarf. They're not going to be separate races. They're just going to be essentially skins, or in some cases maybe. Druid of the Claw, though, would be like one of those things. Would be like an unlockable, you know, alternative skin. Something of that nature. Yeah, what was their deal? I'm reading their lore right now. I think that was just a Warcraft 3 engine thing. Because I'm not seeing anything in the lore about that. Could just be a coincidence. Either way. Michael Callahan asks, well, how feasible are account-related perks / rewards like bonus to XP if you already have a level 60 on the account like Everlook was supposed to have? Anything's possible, really. And that's pretty much already a thing, except you... it's handled differently in Wallcraft, but yeah, it's essentially the same thing. Yeah, it's definitely possible, though. Brandon Cruz asks, I feel like most of Legion was the only expansion that followed the Warcraft 3 story closely after Wrath. Yeah, true. I didn't play Legion, but I watched a lot of stuff on Legion. Looked pretty good. Looked like the only good expansion since Wrath, really. So it wouldn't surprise me that they did a good job following lore. I moved to win. You moved to win 10. Damn, Sam Medina says you held out longer than me, brother. Oh, were you streaming all day too? I didn't even know that. I've been rambling all day. I haven't even been reading chat. No need for jokes about holy cows. According to the lore, the holy light burns the undead. Yeah, like straight up, the lore around the only undead paladin is that even though he's undead, he's in constant pain because he's constantly being basically burned by the light. But he's so holy, he just doesn't even care. He's like just straight up roasting alive, doesn't even care. Yeah, Tauren rogues. That's funny. If a Tauren joins the Bloodsail faction for Syndicate, gets exalted, and runs an elite pirate / rogue guild, would you transform him or her into a rogue? No, because there's no Tauren rogues. There's one Tauren rogue. Like, one-ofs, again, there's one Tauren rogue, and it's literally a meme character in-game. Yeah. I mean, you can join the Bloodsail as a Tauren. You don't get to change classes, if that's what you're asking. The only classes you'll ever get to change to are Death Knight, basically. After completing Naxxramas, you can optionally convert to a Death Knight. Oh, I held Win 7. Yeah. This is currently Win 10. I fucking wish I still would have 7, though. I hate Win 10. It's terrible. Sam Adiz says, I don't mind the Paladin cow thing. Lore-wise, light presents as different deities. Yeah, exactly. Like, Paladin, Tauren Paladin at least makes sense canonically. Like, there's no substantial reason as to why Tauren cannot become a Paladin. It's the same reason why a Dwarf cannot become a Shaman. The only issues being that within the vanilla time frame, that hadn't happened yet. Eventually, parts of the Wildhammer dwarves become shamans. Eventually, some Taurens become paladins, but that's not until, like, decades later in terms of the game. And, again, I don't count any later Blizzard shit as canon. Like, if Blizzard had their way, I guarantee you, if it's not already a thing, I don't know if it's already a thing, but if it's not already a thing, it's going to come a time where you're going to be a gnome hunter, and your pet is going to be mechanical. And it's just going to be, oh, well, they're a gnome hunter, and their pet, and it's just like spitting in the face of the idea of the game. Oh, the Internet 10 edition of things, or Internet of Things edition. Yeah, I was going to get the long-term service pack installed, but Jamie from TWOW, he hooked me up with a Windows 10 key, so luckily I was able to get this registered. I don't mind running Windows 10 on my main desktop, I hate running it for my server. It's nothing but fucking bloated crap. Like a Draenei Warlock, or Gnome Hunters came out in Dragonflight, yeah, hilarious. There's literally mechanic pets right now, yeah, fucking hilarious. Yeah, like Dungeons and Dragons, you couldn't be an evil paladin. If you were an evil paladin, you became an Oathbreaker, and you were no longer a paladin. You literally permanently lost your paladin abilities, and you gained some other abilities, like the Dark Paladin style abilities, but you couldn't be an evil paladin. And that's like how lore should be. You can't, some things you can't be. Okay, I'll never be a 5'4" Chinese guy. Sorry. No matter how much I like to pretend to be one, hilariously sometimes in Discord, I'll never be one in real life. So, it's just, that's how it is. I think most people understand and accept that. The problem is some people don't. Some people are Chris Chan tier. And if you don't let them be their Tauren Paladin, they create problems at that point. And they just can't say, oh no, it's not appropriate to have this, so we won't have it. No, it's like, I want it, and you're gonna give it to me, or I'm gonna throw a tantrum. It's like that shit. Anywho, I wanna move past Tauren cows. I'm done talking about holy cows. I think just the main idea is some things don't exist in Wallcraft. Sam Idiot asked, can't VMaNGOS run on Linux? Yes. I could install Linux. It's just a matter of fucking the amount of time and effort it would take to do that, balanced against the amount of time and effort I could be spending on working on shit. So it's a tough razor to walk. I always thought the evil equivalent of the paladin was a DK. Yeah, in World of Warcraft. In EverQuest, it was the Shadow Knight. Dungeons and Dragons, it's like Oathbreaker Paladin, or something like that. Retail WoW community is full of fan fiction writers that have zero regards for lore. Yeah, it's terrible. In like the retail WoW community, there is zero respect for lore. It's all straight fan fiction. Players are encouraged to create their own fucking insane headcanon and then force other people to abide by it. And it's exemplary of the developers. It's a bunch of Reddit, echo chamber, Harry Potter fanfic writers that are making the game for the past 15 years. It's fucking terrible. That's why everything past Wrath is non-canon. That's why I asked, Wall, will you have separate model of yourself as the DM of Wallcraft? Some kind of supersized model like the Tyrian Sun and Hearthglen, maybe? Or a Titan body? My goal as a DM isn't to actually... Like, I don't really often need to physically appear in-game for any reason. When I do appear in-game, no, I look like a normal person. I don't like separating the distinction of even NPCs from players in terms of scale and size, though due to the nature of MMO, it is necessary. If you're fighting a boss with a 40-man raid, you kind of need the boss to be bigger than a player. Otherwise, you don't really see it, and it doesn't translate well to the aesthetic. But no, I personally don't like running around as a giant naked gnome or anything like that. I like using my bald human male paladin, skin tone 2, slightly off eggshell white tone with a goatee, brown goatee. And I know it's a meme, I use the brown eyes, but that's only because they have the matching eyebrows, the angry eyebrows. Otherwise, I would use the green eyes. Green eyes look a little fruity. And wow. Yeah, either way, in terms of like DMing though, no, most of that's handled through back end stuff. It's not like a live action situation really for the most part. Outside of, special circumstance. Player execution, something like that. Obviously, I would be present in game. Or a Titan body. Yeah, the Titan body. That's the kind of people you attract when you tell the player they are the chosen one. Yeah, exactly. When the entire narrative of the game is that you are the ultimate life form of the universe and you are the savior of everything and you are the chosen one, and you're a fucking Mary Sue, and through the power of friendship with all your stupid friends, you'll magically save the galaxy from... the Guardians of the Galaxy mentality, where you're the chosen one, and you're part of the super elite spandex force. I want to preface this. I've never seen a Guardians of the Galaxy. I never will. I think it's absolutely trite. I think it's terrible. I think it's crap. I think that type of writing and that mentality is so pervasive in all forms of art these days. It's terrible. Retail WoW. It's the entirety of Battle for Azeroth was fans of Guardians of the Galaxy inadvertently plagiarize the entire plot in the most ham-fisted way. I remember the Sam Hyde video where he's talking about his Harry Potter fanfic with that live stream. That's what I think of when I think of World of Warcraft writers in modern day. I think that's a room of those people sitting around devising what fucking color of rainbow socks get added for cash out this month. Yeah, I was a nobody doing heroic things, now I'm a hero doing nothing that matters. I think that's a Asmongold quote, or from his stream, he quoted it. Yeah, absolutely true. Absolutely true. When you are a peon who has to deliver a letter to a powerful wizard, you're a nobody and you're doing something fucking, like, awesome. But when you've literally slain a titan, when you've slain a fallen, corrupt demon titan who destroys galaxies with the power of mental fortitude alone, and now you're collecting camel asses for a fucking goblin. Like, it's such a feels bad, man. That's why Wallcraft, you're not a hero. On Wallcraft, you're the antithesis of a hero. You're a nameless face in an army. And it is through the collective power, often, that you accomplish the greatest feats. But on the inverse, you might be a brigand or a bandit who robs people on the road between Red Ridge and Burning Steps for years on end, and you gain such notoriety that your name is just synonymous with a zone. You are the boss of a zone. You are Red Ridge boss. You know? And if you're a player like that, imagine Red Ridge boss in war mode solo. The dude would literally be fucking Pirate King. He would be the story of fucking his own story. It would just be his own story. It would be official canon part of the game. You know, and a task force to hunt Red Ridge boss would be assembled between alliance guilds, and they would put out an official bounty, and whoever killed him would be able to cut off Red Ridge boss's ear and go and turn that in for a gold bounty. Like, that's what the game's supposed to be about. You know, and not about, oh, I'm the Giga Guardian of the Galaxy, and, you know, fucking there's a word I want to use for that right now, but I can't say it because I have to remain within terms of service. But you know what I'm thinking. You can imagine the snapping motion I'm doing with my fingers right now when I talk about modern WoW writing. Body type 3 people. It's the writers of WoW, they're body type 3 people. You know what's so funny is modern WoW writing is so bad that we now want Ian Hazakosis to take back over, because despite Warlords of Draenor being like a steaming pile of fucking bloated systems and shit that nobody wanted, at least the writing was alright. At least the story was pretty good. Nowadays, you look at the story and you're like, hey, Ian Hazakosis, can you go back to ruining the game because it was better? I mean, I don't pay attention to retail. I haven't played any I haven't played any WoW since original Wrath of the Lich King outside of vanilla private servers. But I watch YouTube shit and I study some of the stories and the lore, and 5 minutes of looking at it, I can understand just how bad it is. Brandon says, how big of a donation to get you to narrate the Warcraft novels on a live stream? I would do it. I would dedicate a day of the month to read Warcraft novels for you. Yeah, I would do it. In terms of how much would it cost me, I mean, I would set up like a donation thing, and I don't really care how much I get paid, but it would be cool if I did, because I would hate to be doing that for 6 hours a month when I could be working. You know, that's like my biggest concern. I don't give a shit about money. I don't give a shit about getting paid. I want to just get the fucking work done. So doing extra dev streams and stuff like that, even though it'd be fun, it's just like cutting into my schedule. I mean, if I was getting paid, then I could at least justify it. So other than that, I want to focus my time on my work. Kojal says, you were still God in vanilla, though, being sent alone to wipe out entire camps. It wasn't a planetary scale, but you were progressing from the start to the finish of the questing and from the start to the finish of vanilla, from the time that you log into the starting zone to the time that Kel'Thuzad dies, you progress from being a nobody to a hero, and that's like the whole story, is you becoming a hero and a champion. Later expansions suffer from the problem that your character persists. In every expansion you defeat progressively higher and higher shit, so eventually you're just killing gods, and then you start off the expansion, you have to go back to punching fucking lobsters off the coast of some trash-ass island. And it doesn't make any sense, because it's like, a month ago I was levitating in the air and I laser beamed a dragon with my brain. But now I got shipwrecked on an island and I have to punch lobsters to death until I'm level 5. It's fucking stupid. Doesn't make sense. What they should have done, really, and people like it and they hate it, they should have spaced out each expansion by like 40 years time span or 50 years time span, and basically just retired your character. And player housing system would have been really cool to have like a graveyard where on the new expansion your old character, like, he dies and he gets buried in the family plot. Something like that. Last chats here. Kojold's Dragon Ball Z problem. They had gotten to the point where they can shake Galaxy apart shock from distinction between the next bad guy. Yeah, pretty much. Like, it's stupid. That's why Vanilla WoW is cool, because you're a guy with a crappy metal sword and a crappy metal shield, and you're trying not to get clubbed to death by a fucking troll. That's about it. Oh no, the troll managed to fucking throw a snowball at me. He's a powerful wizard. That's Vanilla. Watch out, he's a powerful wizard, he's throwing snowballs. Meanwhile, in fucking Shadowlands, oh yeah, I drank the demon blood so I was able to tear apart the galaxy and recover the scythe with the demon possessing it. And then I killed a god with it. Drank his blood. Doesn't make me feel good as a player to be doing all this. Yeah, like Sam Medina said, Asheron's call dealt with it. The kings wanted to keep the secret, so you're basically nobody to everybody in the world. Your deeds weren't praised. But the problem is, too, the power increase, the substantial power increase. Like, during Wrath of the Lich King, I was able to turn into, as a Shadow Priest, I was able to turn into a cloud of vapor and survive a planetary explosion from a wireframe polygon guy named Algalon. I was able to survive that by turning into a cloud of void smoke. Like, how do I reconcile that? How do I go back to fucking collecting camel asses? I survived a literal self-destruct sequence by turning into a vaporous cloud and floating in space. Like, come on. Hey, gamer. You just caught the end. We're wrapping it up right now. Yeah, I'm gonna call it here now that we got all caught up on chat and everything. I'm glad I was able to go over information. I know it was only a tenth of everything. I couldn't explain everything in extreme detail like I wanted to, but yeah, WoW definitely needs a reset. 100% Sam Medina. It needs to go back. You need to, first off, they need to just redo WoW in a new engine with all the shit that they should have been doing. But the problem is Blizzard will never do that. The problem is Blizzard fanboys are the definition of disgusting soy consumers. So no matter what pile of shit Blizzard puts out for $89.99, they will buy it, they will play it, and then they'll cry about it for years about how horrible it is. All it takes is a reskin or a fucking cinematic to literally get them to fucking spend insane amounts of money on this shit. So all Blizzard's going to do is eventually release Warcraft 2.0 in Unreal Engine, and it's going to look really cool, and 15 million people are going to sign up and play, and it's going to be, oh, so awesome. but it's going to be the same fucking repetitive treadmill bullshit. It's going to be the same the amusement park MMO. Garbage design, garbage framework, garbage philosophy. Not what the original developers wanted. It's what Blizzard wanted because they could keep you playing forever. Keep you running on that treadmill forever, paying $15 a month until the sun burned out. And that's terrible design. And they'll never change that. They'll never change that because it's profitable. If we get WoW 2.0, it's going to be WoW Skinner box game. It's going to be a loot crate game. You're going to be buying fucking loot boxes. And they're going to look really cool in Unreal Engine. But that's all it's going to be. And people will fall for it. They'll buy it. And every time that happens, it diminishes actual passion projects. So, anyway. Thank you for tuning in, people. I know we did a long stream today. It was a 6-hour stream. Glad to have you all here. Hope this was of use to somebody. Psychotic ramblings of a sleep-deprived man. Until next time, further announcements as we wrap up. I'll just say further announcements for the beta will be upcoming in this month. We'll have some trailer footage shot and big announcements at the end of the year for the future of the project. Stay tuned. We have exciting years ahead, exciting decades ahead, provided that, you know, computers are compatible. That's my, again, biggest concern. I'll throw this in, is that in 5 years or 10 years, computers themselves won't be compatible with the 1.12 client, but by then, hopefully, we'll have something better. So, anywho, GG's, good night all, take care.